Hello, everybody. OBS, are you there? I think OBS is there. Yep, here comes chat. There we go. Lovely. Lovely, lovely, lovely. And I've got on the wrong stream. I've got on the wrong screen, of course. We'll get to that in a moment. We'll get to that in a moment. Hello, hello, everybody. Hello, Maniacal Foreigner. Hello, Decato. Hello, Eureka. Hello, my wonderful and erstwhile companion, Thrang. Hasn't it been an interesting week? I can't wait for you to be more disappointed with humanity after this stream finishes. Well, bored. It would be very difficult for me to become somehow even more disappointed in humanity. There he is, the most flamboyant of them all. I don't consider myself to be particularly flamboyant. I am like maybe 3.5 out of 5 on the flamboyant scale, not really much more. I sometimes consider myself almost too low energy to be a VTuber because I have ADHD. Literally all of the stuff that all the VTubers that I watch on the internet who I watch live are all extremely hyperactive. It's like Kirsha, and I used to watch Pippa a lot live, and pretty much all the VTubers that I watch are incredibly hyperactive, and you have to be hyperactive because I just tune out of a live stream if they're not hyperactive. I watch BB a lot. BB is a very good streamer, but I mostly watch her while I'm doing something else. Well, listen to her while I'm doing something else, because she's nice and chill, like podcast energy. Whereas you have to be very, very flamboyant in order to be on my full monitor and have me paying like close attention to everything you're saying. When you're 5 out of 5 flamboyant. He's only flamboyant for us. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. You selection of incredibly straight men who come from a diverse background of very masculine cultures derive such immense pleasure in watching me and trying to get me to be more feminine. Are we getting another BFE tangent? What do you mean by BFE tangent? Also, hello, Denna. You said earlier... Where is it? Where's it gone? Where the heck is it gone? The Japanese perspective on Canada. Ah, yes. Let me just go to my tab for that. Let me just find my tab. I have so many tabs. I'm rapidly approaching well over 100 tabs on my main streamer thing. Here we go. Let me just Actually, let me just archive, and let me just open this in a new tab in case it's deleted, because I'm so sick and tired. I've started to archive pretty much anything that I want to watch on Twitter or read on Twitter on stream, because sometimes it has literally been less than an hour between me seeing it and going live, and it's already been deleted or removed. It's just so annoying. It's just so irritating. Let me go to the original as well. I can probably put this through DeepL. Translate post. I'm going to read this in both the original format and the current format. Now, that thing has been deleted? Of course it is. Of course it has. Why wouldn't it be deleted? Why wouldn't it? Why wouldn't it? You know, that's just fine. No, I'm not mad at all. I'm not angry. But yes, the Canada and Japanese racism thing, let's, not racism, but experience. Hi, I also enjoy hyperactive streamer. When I feel like lurking, I'd rather hop on some chill VT stream. I do agree. Please God, no. Another... VTuber is basically high school at this point. It never wasn't high school at this point. I don't understand why some people think that it's ever not been like this. I'm not going to comment much on the Kenji stuff because it is literally happening while I stream more stuff. More people are streaming and talking about it. And what I'm going to do with regards to the Kenji stuff is I have already created a Google Drive link that I have shared with the forum that contains all of the archives that I have taken regarding the Kenji situation. and there's a bunch more stuff that I want to write up into like a mega post that I will make about the whole Kenji thing. I will probably also put it on Twitter in like a Google Drive link, because I am so sick and tired of seeing people call what Dove did to Kenji a doxing attempt, because it is completely insane. There, like, yeah, this was the thing that you saw just when I started stream. Let me go to it now. Here it is. Here it is. As someone who's worked with them, I agree. There was more than enough evidence to file a report. This is beyond drama. A criminal act occurred from someone thinking it was cool or whatever the excuse might be now. The excuse is irrelevant because it has no real substance. And then down here, Nami says, it is. A lot of the so-called drama I've seen in this space can be put into two categories. One, personal fallout. Two, criminal activity. And due to the commonality of the first, they downplay the second. Like, you can really go to jail for the shit you'll do. Now, let me just remind everybody, for those who don't keep up with the Kenji stuff, these Twitter freaks, these Twitter sapiens, I shall call them, Twitter sapiens, are saying that Kenji should file criminal charges against Dove for the crime of sharing his real name and blurred images of his face in a private group chat with between 4 to 7 people, all of whom at the time were Kenji's friends, while he was an IRL streamer who showed his face on stream every day and used his real name on stream every day. That is the crime that Dove is being accused of, that these Twitter freaks are saying she should be criminally prosecuted over. Oh, you know, a dox which she took down and apologized about twice afterwards, 2 years ago. I really do apologize if I sound like a broken record on this, but I am genuinely going insane over this, because it really feels like 1984 at this point. I feel like I am a part of INGSOC. I feel as if I am being subjected to doublethink all around me right this moment, because the number of people that are saying this is a crime when provable reality shows that it is not in any way. I don't get it. I don't understand what world these people live in, and it scares me. It scares me how sincerely these people believe this complete nonsense. This just actual refusal to understand how reality works. Yet they disclosed public information about someone, put them in jail. I mean, again, we can look at places like Kiwi Farms as well. Like, Kiwi Farms has literal dox information of hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people. In fact, there are probably thousands of people whose doxes, whose real names, faces, addresses are stored on Kiwi Farms. And if you go to Kiwi Farms, you know, the idea that Kiwi Farms is a harassment site is massively overblown, but you could make a legitimate case that somebody's address on Kiwi Farms could have been plausibly linked to harassment against them in real life. That is something that could, at least in theory, happen. And yet, Null has stated multiple times with evidence that his site is considered US legal. In something like the 10 years that Kiwi Farms has been active and has been on the internet and has been collating and collecting all of this dox information about people, he has received precisely 0 legal cases against him for doxing in America. The only people that have ever legally gone after Kiwi Farms with all of its personal information are malicious, slanderous people that have had fake cases against him. He has never once been taken to court for all of the dox information he proactively preserves on his website. And if somebody like Null can have his site be considered legal in the United States, then the idea of somebody else sharing a tiny bit of personal information that was already readily available in a private Discord that being a criminal thing is completely demented. It is like it is the flat earth of VTuber drama. These people are the equivalent of flat earthers. Someone might want to sue the phone books then. Oh yeah, I remember phone books. I'm just about old enough to remember when phone books were a thing. The people of hard docs are usually pedos and zoo sadists. Yeah, yeah. Oh, I wish I was drinking something harder right now, but I think that in my position, it would be a very bad idea to drink on stream, considering all the things that I know and all of the opinions that I have. I do not want to go unfiltered. Don't worry, Proctor, you could scream with me tonight. Yeah, I'm looking forward. If I'm going to be on the Under the Tea podcast later tonight. Good grief, it's going to be very late tonight for me, but I mean it's worth it because I want to talk about the Kenji stuff a bit more there. It'll be interesting because I don't know, guys. I really don't know. I just feel I really feel like I'm going insane sometimes. I really feel like I'm going insane. But as I said, I won't spoil all the content right now because I have a lot of other stuff to focus on. And here we are, the Nick Kapoor tweet. I'll also put this in the stream chat as well. Why can I not post it like that? That's very annoying. Here we go. No, there we go. If anybody wants to see that for themselves, they're welcome to go to that link. And I really love this living in Canada FAQ. There's a more like a deep L literal translation that I also have, which I think is funny as well. I'll be uploading the updated thumbnail soon. You're in it. That's good. Good. It's gonna be. Shut up, Murray. Shut up. Be quiet. Living in Canada FAQ. This is a Japanese person who's living in Canada. Question 1. Is it okay if I can't speak English? Absolutely not. You better learn native level English. That's fine. 2. Will I find a job? No, even Canadians can't find jobs. 3. Is it safe? Except for certain areas, it's fine, but it's important to walk with confidence. 4. Is it expensive? 1.5 times Japan. Add in the exchange rate and it's chaos. 5. Is there a Japanese community? Yes, but avoid at all costs. 6. Are Canadians friendly? I love this one. On the surface, they seem friendly, but inside, it's a big ball of complaints and racism. 7. What should I bring from Japan? Japanese salt. 8. Is there any racism? I can feel it in the air, and it's terrifying. 90% of what Canadians tell you is bullshit. 9. What is the most important thing I need to work in Canada? 1. Mental strength. 2. Money. 3. English. 4. Skills. 10. What is the best thing about going to Canada? Realizing how great Japan is. Oh, that's so beautiful. I love this. I love this one too. A little extra. 11. I have a chronic illness. Will I be able to receive medical care? It's okay if you can prepare for death. The free crappy medical system has dropped to a new low, and people have died after waiting months for surgery. I think there was a link down here as well somewhere to an article that actually talked about that. 3 more translation in alt. What does he mean by translation in alt? That's annoying. Does he actually link what it is? 1. Is it okay if you can't speak Japanese? No, nobody speaks any English, so you need N1 to read a menu. Will I find the job? Only if you speak perfect Japanese and have no thought. Oh, this is like a counter argument to Japan. Is expensive. 80% of your salary goes to housing and food. Yeah, that's not about right. I love the Cope from Japan complains about racism. Lamau. Right, and here's the. Here's the translation by Google's. I can't speak English, is that okay? Impossible, study native English. Will I be able to find the job? No, Canadians don't either. Is the security situation okay? It's okay, except in certain areas. It's important to walk with confidence. Like, that's their price is high. Is there a Japanese community? I'll never get involved. And I love this one. Are Canadians friendly? Surface friendly Chinese racism. The atmosphere is really scary. 90% of what Canadians say is just bluffing. Wait, what was 12? I took the native English as like Native Americans. Yeah, what is Japanese salt? I've no idea why it's saying Is there some difference between Japanese and Western salt? Is like one saltier than the other? I don't really get it. Here, let's translate this one too. This is what he meant. 13. First-class architect resonated with me. Isn't it a low-level job at McDonald's in North America? I'm terrified, especially considering my age. Yes. These people are all very interesting. I wonder what this guy says. Basically, qualifications obtained overseas are not taken into consideration at all. However, it seems that the government has also sensed the danger, and there are rumors that the province of Columbia is considering using professional licenses obtained overseas. Thank you for your reply. I am a qualified architect myself, but if I were to study architecture abroad, I would probably approach the architectural firm of my choice or enroll in a master's course. I'm curious why this person ended up at Mac. I see. So I didn't really understand this at first because it kind of cuts off in a weird way. So what he's saying is... So what he is... Now, I'll go back to this one, I think. Where is it? Sorry, I'm getting lost in this. Yeah, he's saying a first-class architect who wants to use his experience in Japan to work at McDonald's. So what he's saying, what this actually means here is that somebody who was a first-class architect in Japan will go to Canada and only be able to get a job at McDonald's because his foreign architectural credentials from a Japanese university will be completely inapplicable in Canada. Which is completely demented in my mind, because look at it this way. Which would you prefer? Would you prefer somebody who was educated at a high-level Japanese university, or would you trust the Canadian universities right now? Architects are always in demand, yeah. But I mean, this happens in the EU as well. People who are qualified in various different places with actual real qualifications are unable to actually get work for their qualifications in various parts of the EU. Denna, I can't even get a job at Mickey D's. Damn. Fitting that architects would work at McDonald's. Yep, he's got to go to school in Canada. Touch fluffy tail. I most definitely will touch the fluffy tail. Welcome to this chat. Canada is basically 40% Chinese, 40% Indians, and 20% actual Canadians, so it makes sense. Yeah, because I remember reading that somehow there is like this massive Indian influx into... Let me just have a look it up. I won't make this a massive tangent, but at least I'll try not to, but I'll just look this up quickly. Indians overrunning Canada's universities. Okay. At Canada's Northern College, most of the students... Ah, yes, I've seen this before. Yes, so I'll just copy this to the main screen. 1 second, please. Oh, piss off! God damn it, this isn't censored on my other tab. What the hell? Why is this not letting me do it on this tab? I'll just read this. On the college campus in northern Canada, 8 hours by car from Toronto, most of the students who fill the classrooms are from a country half a world away, India. The young men and women stretching on mats in the gymnasium are more likely to be from Punjab or Gujarat, 2 Indian states, rather than rural Ontario. Hindiya and Punjabi drowned out English in the cafeteria's lunchtime cacophony. In the surrounding city, the waiters at 2 new Indian restaurants do not ask customers how spicy they want their dishes. A shuttered bar named Gibby's has been reopened as a Sikh temple or Gurdwara, where students from the school Northern College gathered on a recent evening. I mean, I've never met a bad Sikh, so if Sikhs are in a university, I don't see that as a problem. Sikhs seem to be very, very based, lovely people. We feel like we are in India, says Hardeep Singh, 20, a general arts and science major who led a prayer. In every class, there are only 3 or 4 local people. The rest are from India. Northern College traditionally drew its students from the province of Ontario's vast, sparsely populated hinterland, a region dominated by miners and loggers. Today, a whopping 82% of the public college's students come from abroad, nearly all from India. God damn, that is actually a genuinely gorgeous. I'm going to put this up on screen if I can. That is really... I will say one thing. Indian art, I really find it beautiful. Indian art is just absolutely beautiful to me. Stuff like this, these fabrics, these traditional fabrics and stuff like that. That's so beautiful. I love this art and design. I'm looking at the tweet replies and someone asks about salt and the OP recommends a product which is a salt and MSG blend. Okay, that's interesting. Canadian friends bitch about Indians and Chinese immigrants constantly. Maniacal foreigner, SAR. What do you mean, SAR? Nope, in Canada, they have to get reassessed and that they can take up to 4 years. Okay. The art, good. Yes, the rest. I find it really, really depressing because I find this too. Indian and Muslim art is easily some of my favorite art in the entire world. I'll just finish this up and I'll comment more on the Muslim stuff. Because it's not too long. There's only a couple of paragraphs left. How a Canadian college in a remote town most Canadians have never visited became a magnet for young Indians is the story of the many forces buffeting the country. Public colleges and universities hit hard by budget cuts have grown dependent on the higher tuitions international students must pay. For students from abroad, the institutions can be a conduit to permanent Canadian residents, and for Canada, the students help reduce labour shortages and increase the country's flagging productivity. Now, this bit about reducing labour shortages is really stupid to me because, I mean, as Denna says, she can't get a job, and she's like a young Canadian-born person, and I'm sure she's applied around. I think I also remember reading a story recently about the last time a Hooters or whatever opened in Canada, it got over 5,000 applicants within less than 12 hours. Like, there are plenty of people in Canada applying for jobs. It's just that I don't understand why they say a labor shortage, because every time I have heard people talk about Canadian employment, they all say, no, hundreds of millions of people are unemployed. They just can't find jobs, and they apply for hundreds and hundreds of jobs and they never get anything. So can somebody who is Canadian explain that to me? Why is this saying that there's a labor shortage in Canada? Let's have a sip of water. More than 60% of foreign students on Ontario's public colleges are from India, a dependence that the province's Auditor General identified as a risk to the school's long-term survival. Let me just put down this metal thing I'm fiddling with. As a result, Justin Trudeau, aka Satan, accuses in September the Indian government... I read that wrong. As a result, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's accusations in September that the Indian government was involved in the killing of a Canadian Sikh separatist near Vancouver sent tremors through Ontario's educational institutions. The episode has strained relations between Canada and India, which categorically denied any involvement and forced out 41 Canadian diplomats. They should have forced out them all. At Northern College, where Indians make up 96% of all foreign students, officials say they would intensify efforts to recruit more students from Africa and Indonesia to reduce their dependence on India. Why don't you just recruit more people from Canada? We don't want all of our eggs in one basket, the college's president said, adding that if the tensions between India and Canada persisted, our market might dry up regardless of any efforts we take. Maybe you should lower your tuition fees and hire more Canadians. Before Northern College looked overseas, its student population peaked a quarter century ago at about 2,000. Dr. Pinner said, but declining regional birth rates and migration to bigger cities pushed enrollment down to about 1,300 a decade ago. At the same time, Northern and other colleges began facing cuts in government funding and tuition freezes. The Canadian government said it was on track to host 900,000 foreign students this year, 3 times as many as a decade ago. Indians make up the largest group by far. China ranks second at 12%. At Northern College, there were 40 international students in 2014. Now it has 6,140. Today, about 1/3 of Northern's foreign students are in Timmins and at 3 other smaller Northern campuses, while the rest are on the Toronto campus. Is there anything more to this? There is a little bit more. Actually, this is a fairly long one. Let me just glance through this. I like this. I find this instant interesting. Arbaz Khan, 25, said he was not only the first member of his family, but the first Muslim in his village in Gujarat to study in Canada, because his family owned farmland and his father was a politician. In other words, he was a Brahmin. You won't find many Dalits in Canada, trust me. He was able to secure a bank loan of 30,000 Canadian dollars for part of his tuition and other costs to study at Northern. I want to live my life independently, said Mr. Khan, who is majoring in business administration. Yep, this is a Brahmin. This is a Brahmin caste Indian. I want to make my own empire with my own hands and my own legs. That is why I choose to go abroad. Annual tuition varies by major, but for foreign students, it is generally around 16,000 Canadian dollars, about 4.5 times what Canadian students pay. Okay, so wait, Canadian students only pay like $2,000 or $3,000, maybe $5,000 for tuition? How the hell is it that Canadians can't afford that much? I mean, there are people in America that pay like $70,000, $80,000 for tuition in completely shit, useless stuff. I don't get it. I'll look back at chat, see if anybody has explained stuff to me, because this is really bizarre. Let me have a look. Let me scroll back up in chat to see what people are saying. Ugh! Something flew randomly in my mouth. Ugh. Well, I forgot it's starting to get bug season around here, and I've got my window open. Indian religious art is amazing with all the vibrant depictions of their gods. I mean, yeah, but I kind of lean more towards the abstract stuff, but I will agree it is very amazing. I love their inlays too. Indian art, their sculpture, and the stuff from like the High-Raja era. It's just so gorgeous. It's just so beautiful. All of those carved, inlaid, like ivory and jeweled and gold encrusted statues. Oh, it's so beautiful. Also, all the fabrics, all the Indian sari fabric is just such a gorgeous art form. My mother actually has tons of Indian sari fabric, every time she takes it out, I just can't help but look at it for ages and ages because it's so visually interesting and stimulating. Private universities get paid Bocomp bucks by foreign students. That's why they food them if you let them. Okay, look up who Jagmeet Singh is. Touched fluffy tail. The situation in Canada is terrible. Birth rate below 1.5. The median age of 43. Most of the young people now are foreigners. The population has been replaced. No jobs in Canada at all. The only way to get a job, nepotism. I'm very sorry about that, Denna. Like, seriously, because I know you're accursed with being in Canada. Labour shortages is a corpo code word to ask for more cheap labour from abroad to the government. Nothing for the locals. They are saying they need jobs to get tax cuts from the government, and these students also get half the wage paid for them by the government. If it's anything like here, it's shortages in agricultural labor and in construction. Whoop, sorry, chat just flipped around on my screen for a second. Maniacal foreigner, because they know the foreigners will take anything and they won't have to provide things like healthcare or a safe work environment. Even construction is fairly full due to all the mines and such being shut down. Why don't you Brits stamp out the whole caste nonsense when you rule the place? There's actually a really hilarious comment when you say that, maniacal foreigner. I'll get to that after I've caught up with all this. Can't disassociate Brahmin from the Fallout cows. Guessing most of the money goes to taxes. It is subsidized by the taxpayer. This is literally noblemen getting educated abroad on daddy's dollars, outpricing the natives. A lot of pagan art is amazing across all cultures. The issue is the culture making these art pieces are so effed up. The same Romans who made the Parthenon loved leaving female babies to die on streets. Yeah, I agree. That true? Sounds like the kind of anti-Roman slander the Christian church fathers would spin. I mean, it would work if it would fit if it was something like Sparta or Greece. I'm not too sure about Rome, but I mean, honestly, it wouldn't enormously surprise me. But what was it? What was it I was looking at? Why didn't you Brit stamp out the whole caste nonsense while you ruled the place? Yeah, there was, I remember quite a few years ago, there was this great big upsurge in like anti-British racism in India, and a whole load of Indians saying like the British were monsters who tried to commit genocide in India and all this kind of silliness. And I remember a bunch of British intellectuals in a very, very rare British W. They did this kind of like public commentary on all the things that Britain had actually done for India. And I think one of my favorite quotes was something along the lines of, let me just actually type it out because I want to get it right. Yeah. It was a British intellectual that asked an Indian, can you please tell me under which regime did India outlaw the killing of female babies by exposure and also the burning alive of widows on the pyres of their dead husbands? And I thought that was one of the greatest clapbacks I've ever seen. It's just so beautiful. Because that's a really famous thing, that there was a case where, let me see if I can find it, because it's on the internet somewhere. I think it might even be on in Wikipedia or whatever. What on earth would I even search for, though? I'm not sure. Story of India burning widows on pyres of their dead husbands. Because this is a really based British moment. Sati. It's Sati. Sati practice, Wikipedia. Let me just scroll down and have a look at this. Yeah, so this is something you can bring out whenever the Indians start complaining about how wonderful India was before the British came along. Yeah, sati was a historical practice in Hindi communities in which a widow sacrifices herself by sitting atop her deceased husband's funeral pyre. Now we scroll right down here. Am I actually on the screen? Yes, I am. Good. Francois Bernier gave the following description. At Lahore, I saw a most beautiful young widow sacrificed who could not, I think, have been more than 12 years of age. The poor little creature appeared more dead than alive when she approached the dreadful pit. The agony of her mind cannot be described. She trembled and wept bitterly. But 3 or 4 of the Brahmins, assisted by an old woman who held her under the arm, forced the unwilling victim towards the fatal spot, seated her on the wood, tied her hands and feet lest she ran away, and in that situation the innocent creature was burnt alive. Yeah, India used to have such a wonderful, glorious, amazing culture, didn't it, guys? You know, the British really did horrible things when they came in there. Where is the quote? Ah, yes, here it is. So Charles Napier, so principal reformers in the 1829 ban. The principal campaigners against sati were Christian and Hindu reformers such as William Carey and Ram Mohan Roy. Now, where does it first mention Charles Napier? Yes, here it is. So after the British formally banned the practice of sati, it says here, Balochi priests in the Sindh region complained to the British governor, Charles Napier, about what they claimed was a meddlement in a sacred custom of their nation. Napier, the most based British person ever to live, replied, "Be it so. This burning of widows is your custom. Prepare the funeral pyre. But my nation has also a custom. When men burn women alive, we hang them and confiscate all their property. My carpenters shall therefore erect gibbets on which to hang all concerned when the widow is consumed. Let us all act according to national customs. Thereafter, the account goes, no suttee took place. I really hope that white people destroying cultures again, SMH. Have you heard Israel bombed Iran? Yeah, I saw that last night. It seems like everybody's just kind of being very mum about it. Where is it? There was that one guy who committed a massacre on the Indians, and the British back home were outraged. Say what you will about the Jews, but at least they have the woman marry her husband's brother instead of burning. Absolute Chad, epic sideburns too. Yeah, let me just get a picture of Charles Napier up here. So this is Charles Napier right here. This is the guy that gave that epic quote. This man is a personal hero to me. He is an amazing guy. I hope there is an afterlife, because in the afterlife, I want to meet somebody like Charles Napier. I want to meet him, and I want to tell him how hundreds of years after what he did, his legacy was still remembered as being somebody who saved the lives of maybe potentially thousands of innocent women from this kind of insanity. It's really good to just sometimes. I am not a patriot by any stretch of the word. I'm not a patriot, but sometimes I do like to just kind of defend my culture from the accusations of people with backgrounds like that. I hope you'll forgive that little tangent of mine. It really did feel good. Now then, let us actually move on from this, honestly pretty damn depressing topic. I've done that. Yes. This was something I wanted to cover too. Because this is Grums, a guy that I obviously follow, and I think he's pretty cool. I really think Grums is a pretty cool guy. Now, this hits quite close to my home because I am an enormous mecha fan. I mean, mostly I'm not really into BattleTech, I will say. However, I love mecha as a genre. Like, the mecha genre is close to my heart. I've watched tons of mecha anime. I am a massive Gundam fan and all this stuff. Men like Napier make me feel patriotic for countries I'm not from. I agree. Amazing man. Absolute Giga Chad right there. But yeah, I don't really like BattleTech's aesthetic all that much. The robots are a bit too clunky for me. I prefer the kind of more smoothly designed Gundam type mecha. But at the same time, mecha is very close to my heart, as I said. And Grimes is here saying how one community manager stole all of BattleTech. Meet Rem Alternis, the new community manager and marketing director of the owner of Catalyst Game Lab and owner of diverse and inclusive content consulting company Rem Alternis. Over the past year, she engineered a literal Marxist takeover of every fan community for BattleTech and made it her own. According to an interview with Sarna, she has played a sum total of 2 games of BattleTech ever. There were 2 main fan community hubs for BattleTech, subreddit and the demo team. She went after the subreddit first. The fan-owned and run subreddit r/BattleTech used to be very active. They had a Helldivers like no politics rule. When the fanfic BattleTech Pride Anthology, which you can see... Oh yeah, BattleTech Pride Anthology 2023. This is the trans rights or I bites. Oh dear. Oh, that's also something I want to look up soon. When the fanfic BattleTech Pride Anthology was posted, mods took it down, similar to how Helldivers took down posts about Pride capes in their own game. The rule was fair, it cut both ways. But this didn't sit well with Rem, the Pride authors, or with r/sig Marxism, a well-known extreme left hive that pushes politics into Warhammer and other tabletop games. They complained loudly. Rem, with Catalyst, started a new official subreddit and started to officially promote the Pride anthology. And I'll just let you stare at this for another little while. 1 nanosecond. Let me just look back stuff. Sorry, I'm talking very loudly and very fast, so I need a bit more water than normal. Is that the Pippa color scheme? Oh dear, please, not that kind of silliness. What happened next happened fast. According to allegations by the community, including some ex-moderators, Rem began to threaten the long-dormant BattleTech subreddit owner. She said Catalyst would pull all support and followers unless he fired all the problematic mods and allowed her to install her own moderators. The owner did just that, firing every moderator on the subreddit. A new fleet of left-leaning mods were brought in, and the Catalyst official rules were imposed on the fan-made community. No politics was enforced, only in one direction favouring the left. Anything on the right was removed. Rem closed the official subreddit and Catalyst took over running the former fan-based endeavour. Leftist posts began flooding in. Soon after, the traffic plummeted. The new socialist-run BattleTech subreddit became a ghost of its former self. Rem now controlled the BattleTech fandom on Reddit, what was left of it. But there was one more group she needed to control, the prolific fan group called the Demo Team. Let me just have a quick glance through these. Yeah, look at this. Online, good grief, 56,000 members, 175 online. This is just terrible. That's a ghost town. Bomber Tech. These are comments from her as well. Let's start with how this is her giving an interview. Let's start with how the community guidelines were developed and who might have been consulted in their development. Sure, it was a long process. So in June, there was the whole Reddit thing that happened. There was an issue with a fan Pride anthology where someone had reached out to me and asked me to post about it, and I was like, sure, I did. They posted it on the subreddit and it got deleted as being real-world politics. So there was a big uproar on the subreddit saying, well, why is Catalyst okay with this but not Reddit? It came to light there was a lot of moderation against anything Pride-related. Any minis painted in rainbow colours or flag colours got taken down, as they should have been. Some people even spoke up and said, I didn't even know it was a flag colour and mine got deleted for it. These people are lying. So there was a pretty heavy hand in moderation in terms of anything LGBTQ+ related. There was kind of an uproar that happened, and I had a bunch of people reach out to me and tell me about it. You're lying. And I was like, well, one of my initiatives Lauren wanted was more communities for Catalyst to participate in and make into official spaces. So I decided, if the people want an official subreddit, we can do that. And this is why you have to always gatekeep your spaces, and you need to know exactly who is running your communities. I would say that if you are a serious D&D nerd, if you are a serious BattleTech nerd, etc., the time of using anything like subreddits, etc. is over. It is time to make new, gated, walled-off communities with high standards of entrance. To enter into these places, you should have to make sure that people are fully compliant with the rules. And you need to immediately remove people who are clearly only there to be subversive. You need to stop being good faith. You can't be good faith with these people at all, because they will take advantage of even the smallest amount of good faith that you possibly will ever extend to them, because they don't care. Their only purpose is to infiltrate you. Pokémon Go just did this too, didn't they? Yes, I'll get to that. I literally have a tab on that. Sigma Yi, I make sure to break every rule in color aesthetics. How would I know it's a pride thing? Yeah, and these people will just shamelessly lie. They should have banned the rainbow painters, no tolerance for rule breakers. I mean, it's literally saying they did. Like, that's what they did. These people got taken down for doing rainbow stuff, which, I don't know. No, actually, I think I do agree with it. Because it is so easy for these people to do this communist infiltration stuff and do the whataboutism, because they will constantly use whataboutism as an argument. They will say, well, this thing wasn't banned, and my thing is just it's just a little bit different. Why are you okay with this but not that? Like this thing, like that thing, it's like a really colorful model. So if you allow something with like orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple on it, it's on all these different places. Why does it matter if I have like an orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple model? Like why are you discriminating against me? Look right here. Look at this guy. His model uses the exact same paints as mine, just in a different color scheme. Why is it his color scheme is allowed but mine isn't? They will go to those lengths, and they will try and drag you into a public argument over this. And they will try and slander you to bystanders. And if those bystanders are not aware of these tactics, then you will lose every single time. This is why you have to be as clean and as fair, and sorry. You have to have as much foresight as possible. You need to monitor yourself constantly, because if you give them an inch, they will take 10 miles. Pokemon Go to the conversion cap. Slippery slope is never a fallacy with them. Exactly. The slippery slope, they can only use the slippery slope to their advantage. The slippery slope is not a fallacy with these people. It is their tried and true method of getting into a community and eroding the standards of that community. I mean, that's basically, he has, as far as I can tell, that Grums is perfectly summarizing pretty much the contents of all of this, so I won't read through all of it. So I will go on with this. The demo team is a very important part of the BattleTech community. Formerly fan-run, it consisted of a group of hardcore fans that promoted the game on cons and coordinated through their Discord server. If Rem controlled the demo team and the BattleTech subreddit, she would have all of the BattleTech fandom under her thumb. Mary, a Catalyst employee, served as liaison and a moderator of the Discord demo team server, but was very hands-off and neutral, letting the fans run their community. She started to work with a troubled trans demo team member, Robin, aka Valk, to compile a dossier of problematic demo team members. Robin was sure that the demo team was full of Nazis, and made a social media post about carrying guns at cons to put these Nazis in body bags if they came after him/her. He was compiling a list of these members, including personal information, which he shared with Rem as she encouraged him and others to report them. Rem is the red Alternus logo, Volk is the purple-haired PFD in these screenshots. Rem was apparently seeking leverage, and the docs dossier would eventually allow her to take over the demo team, so I will actually look at these. So, purple is Rem. Wait, let me just check, because I'm an idiot. Volk is purple, Rem is red. Okay. Just look through this quickly. Robin, why do you carry a handgun to your BattleTech events? It's just a board game. Because these Nazi MFers like this running around the community, that's why. And if they try to hurt me, my girlfriend, or my players, I'm sending them home in a goddamn body bag, period. I thought leftists were all innocent and loving and didn't want to hurt flies. Gatekeeping is kind of useless at this point, an uphill battle. Too many people are just willing to bend the knee for these people. It's over. I mean, my point is, to be honest, if I was ever running because I used to be very involved in the role-playing communities, and I stopped being involved around 2016 because in 2016 it was like people that I had known and I had trusted quite a lot for years just got such a massive case of TDS. It was completely insane to me. You could go to the grocery store and meet like 20 of these so-called Nazis buying eggs for breakfast. Imagine living your life like this. I mean, they do, and that's why they are so insane. But anyway, as I was saying, at this point, if I wanted to do another role-playing community, I would make it a private affair, for one thing. Well, maybe not a private affair. I would still make it public, but I would make a maybe not a long list, but a concise list of rules about it. And I would also say, I don't accept certain kinds of people in this. And when you enter this space, it's a bit like how I have in my rules on Discord. This is a place for free speech. This means you can say whatever you want so long as you are not crossing extreme moral lines that I don't want to see. For example, you can talk about things such as, say, percentages of criminals, shall we say, but you're not allowed to say slurs because I cannot let you say slurs on Discord because I will get my account removed and the entire Discord server deleted if somebody reports people saying slurs in my Discord. I have no choice. Imagine Iron Mouse having TDS. But apart from that, you can say what you like. And that creates a self-moderating community. Because it means that people who come to the community, who integrate with the community, necessarily have to have a certain level of thick skin in order to live in that community. And those are the kind of people that you can then have at least a certain level of trust in being able to gatekeep the hobby with you. Because when somebody is terminally online, who has a very thin skin and is a bundle of mental issues, then they are there to be co-opted by anything. And the thing is, if this trans stuff didn't exist, it would be something else. It would be something else, because I am old enough to remember when it was the religious right who was doing this kind of thing. It was the religious right who had things like the Hays Code, which was, honestly, to be blunt, stuff like the Hays Code was far worse than any censorship that the left has ever managed. Like, it said exactly what you were supposed to do in any form of media. Any form of media. Like, comics were governed by the Hays Code, movies, TV, etc. were governed by the Hays Code. Like, fundamentalist Christians were able to ruin people with a drop of the hat if they didn't kowtow and kiss the cross. And you had no choice. Like, the Christian fundamentalist lobby was was the kind of dream that these trans activists have in their hearts. It's ironic, really. They would desperately love to have as much power as those people had, like in the like the 70s to late 80s and early 90s. Like early 90s was when it started to die, but it was still going because you had people like Jack Thompson and so on. That was like the last dying gasp of the religious right controlling media. And so if trans ideology was not the current thing trying to destroy gaming or destroy music or any of this kind of stuff, there would be something else. Never think that you can that if these people go away tomorrow, it will be the end of it. You have to, from the ground up, create structures that are able fundamentally to self-reinforce themselves and weather the storms that are coming your way. And it's really sad that you have to do this, but if you want to have good hobbies, it's something you have to do. You don't have a choice. Okay, so I'm not going to read through all of that because that's a lot. Where are we? Yes, I read all of that. After Robin Volk posted the weapons threat, Mary removed him from the demo team. This was when Rem stepped in. She had Mary fired from Catalyst and, using the dossier, did a purge of the demo team. Not just the demo team. Just prior, as Mage Leader was posting his video about the situation, Rem and her community did a mass block of @MageLeader and @Razorfist. I mean, Razorfist is an interesting individual, I'll say that. And any associated followers or anyone who complained about the demo team situation. Wait, have I skipped a bunch? No, I haven't. Sorry, Mage. It almost seemed like they had a list prepared in advance. They always do. Rem soon moved in her own demo team members, and Catalyst formally took over running the former fan-based Discord. She had Robin/Volk reinstated, who was later removed for unknown reasons. Yes, because she was a Red Guard member. These people, and this is the funniest thing, these people, like Robin, these are the Maoist Red Guard. They are the Maoist Red Guard. They are the first-line attackers. who go in and disrupt a community. But the thing is, the moment they've disrupted, the people who are the true believers know that the people who are the disruptors are the low-level grunts, and they are very stupid. That the moment the winds change, these people will be against them as well. And so the first thing they do when they've completed a takeover is they purge the old guard. They purge the red guard, which is the young, idealistic, and very stupid people that are just the foot soldiers. Because if you can manipulate a stupid person, somebody else can manipulate them too. When you look at these people who make these kinds of posts, you are not looking at the true believers. You are looking at the patsies, the red guard, and the useful idiots. And if you put any time into doing more than just banning them and getting rid of them from your communities, you're wasting your time. Because the true believers who are really trying to infiltrate your communities and destroy what it is you love are very, very intelligent. And that's an unpleasant thing to admit, but they are. They are well trained, they know what they are doing, they have a handbook and they stick to it. They are organized and they are very, very good at what they are doing. They're not going to be the ones who are called out over Twitter posts, who are cancelled. You're not going to win against them by gotchas. And also, they are never going to go away, because this is literally their mission in life. It is their religion. Reminds me of that image where two friends let in outsiders and by the end they are cast out. Yep, that is exactly how this works. That is exactly how this works. And I don't like to be a downer. And I don't want to make it sound like this is some existential crusade you should fight with all your heart and soul. Like, don't get overly invested in this stuff. I can get away with it because I do fortunately have a life that I can just go to whenever I want that is totally divorced from all of this nonsense. But I really hate it when people who are in, say, bad family situations, who have bad life situations, who don't have good lives outside of their hobbies, to them, their hobbies are the thing that makes them keep going in life until they maybe find something better. And to be frank, the way the world is at the moment, they're probably not going to find something better than their hobbies. Those are the kind of people that I'm talking about here. Those are the kind of people who deserve to have a space where they can go, you know what? My job sucks. My family are killing each other. I'm going to detoxify online for about 3 hours and play a good mech game. I'm going to roleplay being like, an elf paladin in a D&D game. I don't want to be reminded of how terrible the world outside my doors is, please. And those kind of people are the ones that need to be protected. Because the Marxists, the community infiltrators and these Red Guard people, it is their mission in life to make sure you are never able to ignore any of this. That there is no avenue in your life, no matter how private, no matter how intimate, no matter how personal, where you are not constantly confronted by this stuff. They will go into your private bathroom in your own home and they will scroll SJW memes on the walls if they can, because there is nothing that they will allow you to hold sacred. You have to be thinking about this stuff all the time. You have to dream about it. They have to live in your head all the time. Otherwise, you will be cancelled and you will be thrown out as being insufficiently loyal. So yeah, don't ever let these people into your spaces. Sorry, I kind of got very passionate there. I apologize for that. Now, okay. No, that's the next one. This, you see, is the power that community managers wield. This is a cautionary tale about why gatekeeping is important. If you don't gatekeep, people like Rem will use it to invade your hobby and kick you out. They seek power and the spread of their Marxist doctrine under the pretense of virtue. They don't actually play or enjoy the games they invade. This is why we fight. Thanks for reading to this thread. It took me weeks to digest the story and put it together, as I am, like Rem, a BattleTech outsider. Much thanks to Mage. If you enjoy these exposés, please subscribe to me on Twitter. And I would agree, like, Grums is a great guy to subscribe to on Twitter, because he is pretty up on this place. Beautiful speech, IMO. I mean, thank you. To gatekeep the forum, I suggest a new rule to use a slur in every post. I can start if you want. No, I mean, I literally in the rules, I have linked to, I think, Nenilov's post where he like posts a whole bunch of very naughty words. I think that's a good way to go, actually. Not what you think, not what you're saying, not that far. But again, TVA has to be public. It has to be public, and I think it should be public. I'm not going to make TVA a gated community beyond what I've already done to make it a gated community. What I have done is be completely and utterly transparent in every way I possibly can be. That TVA is a place where free speech rules. You can say what you like. People can come here and they can talk about Marxist dogma all they like. And I trust that my community, because they are free and able to compete, will tell those people to shut up and go away and laugh at them and mock them endlessly until they leave. And that's what your goal should be. Your entire community should be powerful, unified, and comprehensively educated enough to call out this nonsense and never allow it to take root. Of course, it's Nenilove, always Latinos with the slurs. Yeah, I really like having a Latino and Latina audience because they're very straight-speaking. They're very, very straight, and they are very, very immunized against this insanity. And I really hope it stays that way. We already have all the cameras and listening devices in our pocket for them. Yeah, I mean, there's a reason I hate mobile phones. Pretty sure there's an actual commie on the forum think he has an Amogus avatar or something, but he doesn't rub it in everyone's face. Yeah, I agree. And, sorry, 1 second. The reason I bring up the Red Guard and so on is that it's really funny. If you look at the history of communist China, like Mao Zedong is a very interesting character. Because he was educated in standard Marxist doctrine, and then he went back to China, where, Marxist doctrine wasn't really known about for a long time. And the thing about Mao Zedong is that for a while, he was an immense idealist. He was an incredibly idealistic communist. He had the searing, burning, sincerest possible belief that communist ideals and communist economic policies were so transparently and obviously correct that there was zero need for censorship in communist China. He genuinely thought that if you put a communist thinker in a room with a bunch of capitalist thinkers, if the communist speaker was educated enough, the pure, obvious superiority of communism would just overpower every single argument that capitalists could make against it. And that is why when communist China first really began, there were no laws against speaking out about communism. People were encouraged to talk about communism because Mao Zedong sincerely believed that if you allowed people to express discontent about communism, the real communists would be able to convince them with the power of logic that communism was the best thing that there ever was. And he let that go on, and yeah, it didn't go very well for him. And it was only after that he realized, oh wait, on a level playing field, our ideology gets BTFO'd every single time. And that's when communist China became the censorship capital of the entire world. Because censorship of any form always benefits communists. It always does. And that is why I try and be as free speech as possible, because communism burns under the sunlight of free speech. Free speech is the sunlight that shines upon and burns up the mold that is communism. That's fine while management are on the same page. If you ever mod questionable people, then the BS creeps in. And then he killed millions of people. Always ends up the same, Lamau. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly how it goes. Touch the fluffy tail. I definitely would love to touch the fluffy tail right now. I miss Kirsha. I miss the fox. I miss her so much, guys. I miss her so much. She's away having fun in, I think she's in New Hampshire right now with her family. I miss her. I miss her, bros. I don't get to listen to Kirsha tonight. Do you have any idea what that feels like? To not be able to listen to your Kamiyoshi tangent about sounding and stuff. I feel so bad. Ooh. Yes. Ooh. Ooh. He's jonesing for that fluffy crack. I want to huff that tail so badly. You have no idea. You have no idea. You have no idea. I want to shove my nose into that floof and I want to just go... It's okay, Proctor. Girth shares these same feelings about Pippa, so you're not alone. Degen. Look, if there's one thing that I have learned in my exposure to the VTuber community, it is that my intense paraphilia towards fluffy tails is, at this point, so completely vanilla it is barely even worth commenting on. If you're upset by fluffy tails, then my goodness, man, you are a prude. I'm having the reticule moment. Pufferfish. Oh hello, Rima Evenstar. I'm quite surprised to see you in my chat, but welcome to the chat. I've been Are you joking? Are you joking to me? Rima Evenstar joins my chat just as I start talking about missing my Kamiyoshi. She misses all my commentary about BattleTech and news and all that stuff, and just comes in to hear me going, "Ooh, I miss Kirsha. Ooh." What a fantastic time to tune in. Oh, it's amazing. I think like BB joined, like first showed up in my chat at some very weird time when I was saying very strange things too. It seems to be kind of coincidence that I come in at a bad moment. No, you're fine. You're completely fine. That's okay. I was just having a little moment because I'm streaming on Friday because Kirsha isn't streaming. I actually did ask her, hey, are you okay if I do like a Tangent Friday stream in your stead? And she said, sure, that's fine. Anyway, what are the tabs? I have so many tabs, it's actually very difficult to... Let me just go back to just chatting for a second so that I can actually see what the rest of my my tabs are. Oh yes, this is the next thing. With Niantic... Is Niantic related to... Just one second, let me correlate something. No, Rem Alternus is not directly related to Niantic, I don't think. And I do apologize for light mode, by the way. I don't think there is a version of this. Let me just scroll down and just check. Is there a dark mode for this website? There is not a dark mode. So I very much apologize for the flashbang that is about to happen. Like flashbang incoming in like 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And let me just get the ooh off the screen for a second. Let me just get the ooh off the screen. That's a lot of brushes. Why, yes, I have a lot of brushes. I don't have a problem. I can quit anytime I like, okay? So yeah, Sweet Baby Inc. style consultancy firm GamerX, are you kidding me? Consulted with Niantic before radical gender and avatar changes made in Pokemon Go. Consultancy firm GamerX, which operates similarly to Sweet Baby Inc., consulted with Pokemon Go developer Niantic ahead of the company's radical gender and avatar changes to the game. As reported by former World of Warcraft team leader Mark Kern, GamerX notes on their website they have consulted with Niantic, Volition, and Behavior Interactive. That is a really dystopian name. Behavior Interactive. Good grief. And like Sweet Baby Inc., the company claims it is proud to offer consulting and training services to the games industry as part of our mission to support and celebrate LGBTQIA+ people and culture in games. We offer a selection of alphabet source-centered training curricula, as well as customized solutions designed to advance diversity, equity, visibility, and inclusion in gaming. The company adds, we serve individuals and businesses working in the video game and tabletop gaming communities, including independent game developers, game studios, etc., etc. Specifically, the company notes, GamerX will help you create more alphabet soup inclusive games, workplaces, and events. We provide a wide variety of services utilizing our in-house experts and network of consultants with diverse and intersectional identities. It then lists off a number of services that it provides, including sensitivity training, marketing, as well as multiple workshops that promote gender identity in the workplace and community management strategies for supporting alphabet soup players. And this is also Grums as well. It turns out the makers of Pokemon Go consulted with a Sweet Baby Inc. style consultancy firm, GamerX. Did this lead to changes? These firms need to go. Does he? Yeah, here it is. I will just open this to get away from the flashbang for a bit. Because this is all just commentary, and this is actually mostly commentary on Grum's post anyway, so let's go back to a nice dark mode. The Pokemon Go app removed gender from all Pokemon Go players yesterday in a sweeping change that left fans at Pokemon Go HubNet furious. I took a look at the character creator myself. Gender is gone, replaced by a hodgepodge of androgynous options. Nothing can be too feminine or too male. Facial hair options are gone. Male faces had softened features, female faces had masculine jaws or thin lips. Bodies are blobs. Everything is designed to blend together in front of some Frankenstein-like gender-free utopia. The end result leaves no one satisfied. And yeah, just look at this stuff. What is the... I mean, that's... Yeah, oh, that's before and after. Like you can see, before, that's obviously a man, and that's obviously a woman. After... these are just random customization options. This is just complete... Good grief. A good day. Good day. It's sir or madam. So did they add boys in maid dresses to the game? That's actually not a bad question. I bet Nim is in the cornfield ATM. He's just surrounded by the corn, slowly crying to himself. Proctor is famous now. I mean, I'm still not on any of the lists. I'm really upset that I'm on none of the cancelled like VTuber content creator lists on Twitter. It's really upsetting to me. Azihara is on the lists, but I'm not. Do you have any idea how much it affects like my street cred to not be on any of the cancelled VTuber lists on Twitter? The trap invasion is now, excuse me, but Proctor in Pokemon Go confirmed Lamau. I'm moving on. Tweet harder, nerd. I try. I just can't stand Twitter freaks. And the funny thing is that is this Pokemon Go hub? Okay, we bring you the latest Pokemon Go news and guidelines. So I think so this is a fan-run account. Okay. And as they say here, we are always going to support diversity and inclusion, but these avatars are neither. It needs more work, better-looking options, and more choices, and removing the choice to pick a gender is definitely not more choice. There's a right way and a wrong way to do diversity, and this isn't it. There's nothing wrong with inclusivity. The problem is when inclusivity causes others to be excluded, and that's exactly what's happened. What's wrong about leaving the male/female characters in game and add this one to them? Inclusivity would be achieved, nobody would say a word. That's exactly the point here, is that all of this is removing customization, it's not adding it. Oh dear, my apologies, I apologize if anybody heard that. If you want to, I don't even, honestly, I don't even have much of an issue with Cyberpunk 2077's like gender slider, where it like made you more masculine or more feminine the further to the left or right you move the slider. Because that's fine. Because if you move it all the way one way or right, you get a fully masculine or fully feminine character. There's nothing wrong with having a slider like that, and I think anybody who complains about that is pretty dumb. But this is just, your options are now arbitrarily limited because we don't like the idea of certain types of person existing in the game. Did I have... There was something else here. Yeah, this was Kirsha. This was Kirsha's tweet about that. Opening Pokemon Go today and really disappointed that I've turned into a gender blob. Who does this appeal to? I look more feminine in the bulky winter coat pre-update even. I don't want to play the game as an ugly man wearing women's clothing. Change this back. and yeah, look, this looks like a normal woman. Whereas this, I mean, if you cut the hair a tiny bit shorter, this would literally just be a trap. In fact, there are probably traps that look significantly more feminine than this. There was another thing that I had. I think it's in one other... I think it's in one other tab of mine. Oh yes, here it is. Pokemon Go characters turn ugly. Look at some of the people who work at Niantic. What a shock. Mix Kestrel Riot Go Rocket Boss. Painfully queer, white silence is white consent, lead community manager for Pokemon Go app, they, them, opinions on my own. They always say opinions on my own. They look so cool. Can't believe it's been a year since I got my ding-dang titties chopped off. Best choice I made, even if the aftercare was the most miserable I've ever been, Lamau. I mean, do I need to make any kind of comment here? Azihara is in every VTuber's reply, has got to work harder, Proctor. I try. You need to step up your racism, prostate. It's like the video game version of the ugly girlfriend groups have 1/6 a Finana and needing to educate herself. CP 2077 slider is also realistic because some people are born with weak hormones and even hermaphrodites. Yeah, and the insanity of all of this is that nothing stops you from being a feminine male or a masculine woman. There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, I'm literally a conservative Christian, and I know conservative women who look like tomboys. There's nothing wrong with that. And nobody ever said there was. It is this absurd crusade against the idea that objective standards of masculinity or femininity can exist in any capacity that is mad. These people are not content with simply going, I look different from the standard. They are trying to say there should be no standard whatsoever, and any level of standard at all is automatically evil and racist, and any action is justified to destroy it. And it's a case of the revolution must always move further to the left. There is no... I guarantee you beyond the shadow of a doubt that there are people out there, there are progressives out there who are furious at Niantic for doing this. Why? Because they haven't gone far enough. Because you can never, ever go far enough. You can never, ever go far enough. There's no such thing as going too far, because the moment you capitulate and comply with any of these new requests, they just request something else. And the final request will always be, you're evil and you are racist and you have done too much harm and damage to us. So now the only way that you can atone for this is to completely give up all power and give control to us completely. That's always going to be the end result. And then DTK Karen is ashamed of her chin. Come on, man. That's really sad. I just added you a meme. Chrome Davis, I can't see it. Being a tomboy/femboy is now transphobic. Get with the times. Oh, I thought it'd be because it gets too close to their horrible, ugly reality. Sorry, just a moment. One of the fascinating things, I don't have a tab for this, but I will comment on it because I find it very, very interesting how There was something that I read about a week or so ago, and I forget where, which is really annoying because it would be really relevant right now. But it was some women who were leftists, or maybe former leftists, but they were talking about the reasons why they were so interested in destroying traditional standards of beauty. And they said it was because when there are no standards of beauty, we are aware that men will still instinctively choose beautiful women. Whereas the women that are not as beautiful as us will stop trying to be beautiful because they will convince themselves that because the standards of beauty no longer exist, they will be able to attract men who did not want them before. And so, why on earth would we, as attractive leftist women, ever go against the idea that you should destroy standards of beauty? Because we will still be considered attractive and we will still have the lion's share of the dating pool, whereas those women who are less attractive than us will just stop trying and voluntarily take themselves out of competition with us. I really wish I could remember where I read that, because it was a really frank and candid, admission from these people. Yeah, we're pushing this because it gives us an advantage. Thought Proctor was going to self-dox and talk about how he's conservative. I mean, there are basically no pictures of me that exist online, and the one or two selfies that I have ever sent to people, I sent one selfie to my best friend Alex, who lives in America, just so he would know what I looked like when I visited him in something like 2019. And that's the only selfie I have ever voluntarily shown to somebody else on the internet. And I made sure that selfie was taken with me in my best suit. So I look as good as possible. So if I ever get face doxed on the internet, I have no fear, because all my potential face doxes out there are taken with me looking the best I possibly can. Except the few that become the planetary bodies of polycules. Please don't remind me of that. Personally, I want to look like a slimekin. You mean like one of those weird things that one of those weird slime girl things? Ooh, fancy. Show us. Show you what? BRB cataloging every suit and tie image ever. I mean, I wouldn't even care if those images leaked. I genuinely don't care, because I deliberately took every selfie that I have uploaded to the internet in a way that I trust that if it was leaked, it will not be unflattering to me. I mean, maybe my 2019 selfie where I've got a few like a couple more pounds than I have now would be maybe a tiny bit embarrassing. I'm not sure. I don't care. Again, I really do not care. He doesn't know Proctor worrying about the most important things about. I mean, yeah, if you don't, I just don't understand this obsession with people documenting every aspect of their lives, including the ones that objectively make them look worse. I don't get it. If you're going to put your life out there on the internet, at least put the good parts. Where am I going now? Because there was stuff that I wanted to highlight as well. Oh yes, a bit more VTuber related stuff, some VTuber related stuff. And let's actually, I want to put this in a timestamp in my video too, so let me just check what time, how long I've been running for. So, live stream. This live stream has been live for 1 hour, 23 minutes exactly. So let me just note that down. 120, let's say 124, because it'll be like a minute or so. 124.00. It's around the time that I bring up this thing that I wanted to share, which is this list. The budget-friendly model artists, riggers, and 3D modelers Notion site, which I will now put in the Discord. Which not in the Discord, I mean in the live stream chat. 1 second, and I will pin it. because this is something that a person that I follow, well, I used to follow them. I'm going to explain why I don't follow them anymore on the internet in a moment. But it is Niumi on Twitter. I will get up her Twitter page as well, but I will do so on a different account first. Well, not on a different account, but on my other tabs. Niumi on Twitter, because I'm pretty sure she shares. Yeah, she does. She shares a lot of skin, shall we say? She shares a lot of skin. But I will put her on the screen briefly so that people know who it is, and I'll also post it in the Discord chat. Because this person was very kind. They about a couple of months ago. Here you go. Before he got blocked for, well, actually, ing her. No, I'm not blocked by this person at all. And again, I don't even care, because this person, regardless of what their interaction with me might ever be, has done the community a genuinely very nice service. Because about 5 or 6 months ago, there was an individual who was really complaining about how expensive modeling and rigging was on Twitter and on the internet. And Niumi started putting together a list of modelers who charged much lower prices than others. And she has put this all together in this very nice big list of different, you can see here, she's got their... yeah, this is commission site info, this is their Twitter, this is their base prices. Which I think is a wonderful service. She has done a very, very good service on the internet. And I believe that she is still continually updating this list as well, so that it will probably be a very good resource for anyone who wants to get a good model made for less than like $5,000. She's a haram tuber then. Well, I mean, go and look at her Twitter. She shares, well, put it this way, she has an OnlyFans page, and do not follow her if you are the kind of person who has an autistic compulsion to automatically uncensor every Twitter post you see. Because you will get flashbanged by an awful lot of colorful backside, to put it that way. You will see a lot of ass in her Twitter feed. Yeah, the type of VTuber Azyara likes. Yes, very, very much so. I'm not going to judge or anything, but yeah, don't follow her if you are not completely okay with that kind of content showing up in your feed pretty regularly. Oh, sorry, I need to do another drink. I'm going to wear out my voice. I will. Now, but again, I'm not going to judge somebody who has done this much nice stuff for the community. She does seem to be a genuinely very dedicated person to making sure that small streamers and people who charge less than 5k for a rig get the recognition they really need, which I think is entirely fair. We need more people like Niumi on VTubing, because the tragic reality is that there is an awful lot of gatekeeping on the VTuber. Like, people who have already got good models do not have an economic incentive to help their competition get good models either. So I will very happily promote any person, and I will happily praise any person in the VTuber industry who is like, you know what, even though it hurts me competitively on an economic basis, I'm going to share people who do the same stuff as me. Because again, in VTubing, the economics unfortunately favor being as much of an asshole as possible. It's like I've said, that VTubers would happily stab each other in the back for 5 CCV, and they would twist the knife for 10 CCV. And I have been told multiple times that's the most real thing I have ever said about the entertainment industry. An OnlyFans girl actually doing good for everyone. What a unicorn. How repulsive. I'll bookmark it for safekeeping. Follow her if you're moth, do not if not. Ones who hold the ladder rather than take it with them. Yeah, those kind of people should always be complimented and held up, because as much as I'm in favor of calling out people who pull the ladder up after them, you have to. I think if you do that, you have a sovereign duty to the community to also promote people who hold the ladder for other people. Because they're rare. They are few and far between, and they deserve recognition for what they do. They really do deserve recognition. And I will move on now, because that's pinned. Again, that is pinned in the stream chat. I keep wanting to say Discord for some reason. So if anybody wants, a rig that is, or a model or whatever that is fairly low in price, then go and have a look at this. Go and have a look at this. And apart from that, I would like to ask, is anyone in this chat auditioning for Nijisanji? Because yes, Nijisanji is now. Oh, it's on my. It doesn't matter. This is literally my public email address. Crimbo blocked me because I called him out on his garbage take about Kenji being friends with people that care about CCV, and I mentioned he is friends with Marina. Azihara, could you screenshot that and put that in the Discord, because I would love to see that. I would love to read that. If anybody knows, you can tell somebody who has a Twitter account that's not that Crimbo hasn't blocked, and go and ask them to screenshot that. I really want to read that tweet, because Crimbo blocks me as well. I can't read that without a different account. But yes, Nijisanji is now opening a full-time. They say regular. Nijisanji has launched regular auditions for English-speaking streamers who want to debut as Nijisanji EN livers. Please use this form to apply for an audition only if you meet the criteria outlined below. Information on the application form will only be used for audition review, communication, and analysis. None of your information will be made public. Which, Niji auditions, finally, the permanent cure for depression. I am not applying to Nijisanji. I already had that conversation with myself a long time ago, Proctor. Suicide is lame. Wait, you mean you're not Proctor? Already got the requisite LARPing on your resume? Actually, you know what? Because I partially filled out this form. Let me just check on my other account. Has this actually saved my details from the last time I opened this? Let me just go. Yeah. Holy shit. Oh dear, I'm gonna close this now, because I just realized I nearly doxed my real name. Because I partially filled this out. I partially filled this out just to try and get to the next page, because it doesn't let you continue unless you fill out the details, and I actually planned to audition for this, and I didn't realize. Oh, holy shit, that was close. Yeah, that was really. I mean, to be honest, if I'd done that, everybody should have called me out about that. Screen post in stream material. Okay. And again, if my real name or anything ever comes out online, 100% the only thing that I would seriously care about is potential backlash on my family. And my family consists of my elderly parents who have no internet presence whatsoever. And I think my father posts on some forums somewhere, but it's like all people over the age of 60 or whatever. So yeah, one day, if I'm ever doxxed, I don't care. I genuinely do not care. Because again, I live in rural Ireland. I am the most remote person I'm ever in. I am. They let a dead man audition, you're a shoo-in? What are they talking about? They let a dead man audition. Taroni, can you explain what that means? What do you mean by that? Screen post in stream material. I will look at that now. This is the tweet. Let me just go there. Is this showing properly? Yes, it is. Proctologist is a solid Nietzsche name. Taroni is probably talking about sketch. Is it sketch kek or sketchik? Sketchik. Oh yeah, the TF2 guy who pretended to kill it to fake his own death. He means Sony Briscoe. Yeah, that's a whole thing. I talked about that on my last stream, actually, I think. Yeah, I did. Where am I? Yes, we are. Oh no, I didn't realize my group of friends were all horrible and now we have to go our separate ways. Stop making friends based on CCV, you know, just a thought. And as Asahara claps back here, aren't you friends with Marina and Sylvie? One is a narcissist that uses their gender identity to try and virtue signal for brownie points to get views and sponsors, which backfired when VT Rainbow collapsed due to they themselves being called out for being a terrible person. The other being the lapdog of the first one that tries to harass others using alt accounts. They seem like the type to also care a bit too much about CCV. Maybe you should be careful if they aren't doing the same to you. And then he claps back. He claps back with the awesome response. Hey, aren't you a piece of shit because of insert grasping for straws here, using this incomplete information you have no first-hand knowledge of here? Weak hand dude, get the F out of here. Isn't Marina the one who found out to make transphobic remarks about other trans people despite being trans themselves? Yeah. Yeah, literally, Marina is... you think you dislike Marina enough, you don't. To be fair, didn't PL Sony also revive himself before actually being in Niji? Sorry, my throat's starting to wear out. They could send Vox or discount Vox after you. Yeah, he did. Sony Briscoe, aka Sketch, I think it's Sketch. He was called out for still being around after supposedly dying horribly of drawn-out cancer. Marina is the one that effed over artists when Twitch changed their TOS, right? No. The whole Twitch... This is going to be a minor tangent, but the thing is, I don't believe that Marina had anything to do with Twitch changing their TOS. Because when Twitch TOS changed their TOS to allow artistic nudity, a huge number of streamers went and started streaming with nude models. And they started streaming, drawing porn and everything. To give Marina credit for that TOS thing being removed, I don't think is fair at all. And I genuinely believe that Twitch TOS was completely okay with that. I think, look at the kind of stuff that Twitch allows on its website already. They allow all of those disgusting flesh streamers on it who prance around nearly naked and do like sexual stuff all the time. Yeah, Marina was the face of it, but I think that they get a lot of credit where it's not due. Because my take on the whole thing is that Twitch TOS did in fact want to allow all of this nudity and all this nude content. What they... oh dear, blimey, my apologies. What they did not realize was that somebody was going to start an AI stream with an AI generator that was programmed to create a series of images of the Prophet Muhammad naked with a horse cock. And that was what got the TOS changed. That is what I think got the TOS changed. Because the TOS was changed and that stream banned within 30 minutes. Because Twitch was perfectly okay with all of the naked Twitch model thoughts streaming for hours and hours and hours. But somebody starts drawing the Prophet Muhammad with a horse cock, and the TOS gets changed within 30 minutes. What was the problem, the naked or the horse part? Asahara, in Muslim culture, you are not allowed to draw an image of a human being. That is one of the worst taboos to break in all of Islam, is to draw the human form, because they believe very strongly that if you draw the human form, you are taking power away from Allah, because he is the only one who has the right to create humans. and that by drawing a human, you are in some way trying to steal Allah's power and creating life. And also they have a very strong nudity taboo. So drawing, yeah, I guess it was the horse part then. Vaush is sad. Now, admittedly, your laugh is more likely to get you banned than Marvin. What are you talking about? Oh, I get it. It should have been a fall. I mean, the thing is, if you people have literally gotten killed for drawing the Prophet Muhammad before. Like, there was this whole thing in France where there was a French newspaper that drew cartoons of the Prophet Muhammad, and the guy who drew those cartoons was later murdered and beheaded on the street by a Muslim extremist. And so I think that Twitch looked at that stream and realized, oh damn, this could legitimately start some kind of act of violence against us, and that's why they changed the TOS. That is a bit of a rat, but that I think is more plausible than them not wanting the Twitch naked model stuff. I don't think that was why they changed the TOS. He was culturally enriched. He was very culturally enriched out of this life. That Charlie Hebdo events. That Charlie Hebdo, I think, was Charlie Hebdo the name of the guy, or was it the newspaper? I can't remember. It was a long time ago by now, but it was a massive thing. The Prophet Muhammad is a PDF file. What? What are you talking about? What are you talking about, Thrang? I don't get what you're trying to say. And also, let me just go back to indie infighting for a second, because, oh yeah. Oh, wow. This is a big thing that I'm going to do just a second. I need to actually take a break for like 1 moment because I need to go to the bathroom, but I will pop this up on screen so that people know what I'm just about to talk about. Here we go. I'll just pop this in chat too, and then I will just take be less than a minute or so to just go to the bathroom. Where I'm getting lost of my tabs, help. There we go. PDF file equal. Oh, I see what you mean, Thrang. I'm not going to say that on stream. Yeah, BRB 2 seconds. I'll be right back. I have finished contributing nitrate to the roses, gentlemen. They got in at Niji, LFG. They do. If they don't ban Kenji 2, then it's just virtue signaling. Oh, I doubt. Assume all religions contain PDF files until proven otherwise. 1 second. Note they don't say Mofongo themselves are banned. Mofongo, what a word. Yeah, I don't even know if I'm pronouncing it right. Yeah, but as it says, so Rikami, Cage, Phoenix, and Andy SSJ will not be appearing at Off-Kai Expo 2024. And all of these people have been called out by Kenji in person, and I think this represents a massive bridge burning. I'm pretty sure that at least 1 or 2 of these streamers have like at least over 1,000 CCV. It might just be the drama boost Was it Phoenix who was streaming last night to around 1,000 people at least? Or I think it was 1,400 people. Or maybe it was Rikami. You are pronouncing it right. Delicious plantain goodness. Okay. Also, it's annoying. One moment, please. I'm just going to mute myself for one more second. There we go. Sorry, I was just opening a very, very, very crinkly package, and I didn't want to curse your ears for that, as I just grabbed myself an apple. Yeah, Rikami. That was because Kenji is not a small streamer for some insane reason. Because I tried to listen to Kenji's stream about all of this, guys. Is that how Zoomers talk? Is that how Zoomers talk? Because I tuned in for, well, pretty much the entire stream, I think. I was there for a couple of hours, but I could barely understand a single word Kenji was saying, or what any of his friends were saying. Ricola, Cage, and Phoenix X. Okay. Yeah, because a minimum, I'd say most of them are at least 3 views, and at least one was a 4 view. This can't be good for me, but I feel great. That's how Kai Sanat and I Show Dick got popular. Ebonics. It's just... I mean, you all can tell that I have a pretty advanced vocabulary. Sounds like me when I'm talking to my sister alone. Denna, I am very disappointed in you. I expect higher standards of literacy, okay? We need to educate you. You need to be educated. You need to sound posh. Have you ever considered you would be more attractive to men if you had a better vocabulary? Like you could you could talk to them about, highly advanced and interesting topics. No, wait, I forgot you never talk to a man. Yeah, I've heard a lot of streamers talking like that. I don't get it. Why? Get educated, nerds! Read, get educated! How are these people popular? Zoomers are too far gone. It depresses me, honestly, because I feel as if, what's the point? What barely even is the point of having standards? Would I have a decent vocabulary about you? Say goodbye, me apple. No, I just bit into my apple, and I just bit into the sticker that I haven't taken off yet. Another day, another misreading of Denna. Come off. Oh, goodness. I cut my fingernails recently, and I find it really annoying. I like to keep my fingernails just slightly longer than average, because I work with model kits an awful lot, so having slightly longer than average fingernails to slip between 2 parts and pry them apart is incredibly advantageous. And I just struggle for almost 10 seconds to get a fingernail underneath the sticker of this apple. That's the kind of sizzling commentary you come here for. I don't think these kids have ever seen a book. Good grief. I'm reading a book right now about the American education system, and it is the most chilling, depressing stuff I have ever read in my life. It is so upsetting to see that the injustice done to the education system. Ayo, Brish, you'll be yapping, talking too loud. Finna slap you upside the head, you nappy-headed yo. Denna talking to her sister. Proctor got that long pinky nail. Yeah, my pinky finger usually does have the longest nail. I do find it quite useful. I can't even get my card out of the machine or pick up change with my nails. I remember a while ago crying. Keep them short enough they don't bend, though. It hurts a ton. Yeah, I always clip my nails before they get that long. Yeah, as Buffy Graves said, I remember reading or watching a couple of years ago a really funny video on Twitter of a woman with these enormous press-on nails. They were something like 3 or 4 inches long at minimum, walking across a parking lot with like a smooth tiled floor, and she dropped her credit card, and she couldn't pick it up again because her nails were so long she couldn't actually get, and they were like the curved ones too. So her nails were so long she couldn't pick up her credit card while it was flat on the floor. And it was something like a 2-minute long video of her trying all these different methods to try and get it off the floor. I mean, it was kind of, I felt a bit bad because it was a bit of a, like, look at this stupid person kind of video, but, and I think that people shouldn't really be filmed in public like that, but good grief, it was hilarious. It was one of the funniest videos I've seen in a very, very long time. Never understood how women can live with nails that long. Like, bro, how do you even wipe your ass? Bidets, maybe? I don't know. Cut your goddamn nails. I think I might have talked about this before, but I remember I once got obsessive about polishing my thumbnail with the same sanding sponges that I use for model kits. And I have never been able to get a nail that buff before. Oh, that was so beautiful. I understand now. I really understand why women are so obsessed with their nails and getting like really perfect shiny nails, because I did that by accident with my thumb once while using a really high grade, high grit sanding sponge on my model kits, and I realized that I'd been rubbing it over my thumbnail at the time as well, and like I was looking at it, I was like, oh wow, I can literally see my face in my nail now. How the hell can keratin get this shiny and this smooth? I never did it again because, you know, I'm not like that, but for a while I would actually wake up and I'd look at my thumbnail and look at how shiny it was, and I'd be like, wow, that is a damn shiny thumbnail. I'm a strange person, guys. I'm not sure if you realize that now. Also, good grief. I like archived about 49 minutes of his stream. He's been live for nearly 3 whole hours about, good grief. These people, when they start yapping. Now then, let's look at the next thing. Let's not get distracted too long because I'm actually trying to pump out some of this stuff and get it over with. No, I've got listed my tabs again. Help. That was a very, very, very brief attempt at being good. All right, that's the community BattleTech one. That's the Pokemon Go one. Done that. Done that. Aha, yes. This was somebody that I wanted to highlight. I would like to encourage everybody to follow this particular individual that I have started following on Twitter. May we all are right. Yeah, probably. This person, Rob Henderson, I will link his Twitter in the chat now. Here we go. Yep. In honor of Kersha, do you have any articles with sounding? No. No, I do not. We don't do the sounding stuff here. Rob Henderson is an interesting guy whose work I have started to read quite a bit now, because I think he's some kind of sociologist or something, and but he's also extremely well read, and his Twitter feed is basically a long list of sources and citations from various different publications and philosophy commentary books, and also sometimes like studies that have been done by people and released. And I liked this one quite a lot because I think it applies a great deal to people in the VTuber community and the kind of VTuber orbiter kind of people. He says here, as with people with heroin or cocaine addictions, those addicted to digital activities found that nothing feels good anymore. When an addicted person's brain adapts by counteracting the effect of the drug, the brain then enters a state of deficit. And what I really like is that he actually posts pictures of the excerpts of stuff that he cites his sources very well. In her book, Dopamine Nation, the Stanford University addiction researcher Anna Lembeke explains how addiction plays out in her patients, who suffer from a variety of drug and behavioral addictions: gambling, gaming, shopping, sex. Increasingly, in the 2010s, she began to treat teenagers who had digital addictions. As with people with heroin and cocaine addictions, those addicted to digital activities found that nothing feels good anymore when they were not doing their preferred activity. The reason is that the brain adapts to long periods of elevated dopamine by changing itself in a variety of ways to maintain homeostasis. The most important adaptation is by down-regulating dopamine transition. The user needs to increase the dosage of the drug to get the pleasure back. Unfortunately, when an addicted person's brain adapts to counteracting the effect of the drug, the brain then enters a state of deficit. Sorry, let me just go back and the next thing. When the user is not taking the drug. If dopamine release is pleasurable, dopamine deficit is unpleasant. Ordinary life becomes boring and even painful without the drug. Nothing feels good anymore, except the drug. The addicted person is in a state of withdrawal, which will only go away if she can stay off the drug long enough for her brain to return to its default state, usually a few weeks. And I find this to be extremely relevant to me personally, because those who have watched the channel for a while will know that about 5 weeks ago, I think now, our landlords have tried to throw us out of the house. And that's a whole other thing I won't go into, but they cut off our internet access because for reasons that, again, are a bit too complicated to go into, they had control over the router that I use to get the internet. And so they cut off the internet, and I had to get Starlink internet for my house because we don't have any other form of internet besides Starlink any longer. But it took about 4 days for Starlink to reach the house and be calibrated and set up. And in that time, I had basically no contact with the internet aside from a couple of hours every evening at a friend's house, because where I live, there is no mobile signal either. So I couldn't just go on like my mobile phone and look stuff up via my SMS data plan or whatever. No, I was completely isolated from the internet. And so I went through pretty much dopamine withdrawal. For the first day or so, I felt dreadful. I felt completely awful without the internet. I was literally jonesing for the internet. Proctor is addicted to fluffy tails. Yes, I am. Moving on. Remarkable people, especially given his upbringing. His chat with JBP was solid. Okay. I'll keep that in mind. I've not actually seen that, so I will look that up. But anyway, I was off the internet for 4 days. The first day was hell. The first day was absolute hell on earth. I was constantly thinking, what's going on the internet? What am I missing? What am I missing? What am I missing? What am I missing? And then I went to sleep. I went to bed. And I woke up. And I felt really strange. I felt a feeling that I had not felt for a very, very long time. I felt at peace. I felt calm. And I realized only then just how much of my mindset was taken up by the internet. I realized just how much mental energy it took in my life. And it was as if my whole world had slowed back down again. And there was this, as the day went on and I focused on other things besides the internet, I was still using the computer. I was still using the computer an awful lot, but I was looking at stuff that I hadn't looked at in months, even years. And I watched something like 25 episodes of an anime that I had watched 3 episodes of previously and really liked, and never watched again because I was too busy with internet stuff to actually sit down and watch this anime that I genuinely did enjoy. And there was just this, I got so much work done during that time when I wasn't thinking about the internet, when my brain had like switched from online mode to offline mode. My productivity went through the roof during that time. I wrote, I wrote about my setting that I want to roleplay on someday. I wrote stuff that like short stories and all this kind of stuff. And it was amazing. It really felt amazing. And then, of course, the internet came back and I went back on the internet. But those 4 days when I was without the internet regularly, it really changed my perspective on what the internet actually does to people's lives. And I would hugely recommend that people do something like that. They intentionally cut themselves off from the internet for a while. The change that your brain will go through cannot be described in words. That's you having ADHD, though us normal don't suffer from this. Porian, you are... just by being in this chat, you are admitting you have at least one mental illness. I'll help people know. Not a single person in my chat right now is entirely mentally normal. If you were mentally normal, you wouldn't be watching VTubers on the internet. You would not be watching somebody commentary. And the world lost 40 VTubers in that time span. And anyone archive a VOD right now? Muffy Graves, I'll just go and... Okay, I'll just ping people, reputable internet journalist. I'm busy, can someone please? Okay. Yeah, sorry, I just had to put out the call. I had to do the Gondor calls for raid stuff. You can't do it if your work is dependent on internet connection. I agree. Not wrong. I don't know what's wrong since I'm not diagnosed professionally though. Denna, you've come across as autistic. You're just pretty. You're decently on the spectrum, I'd say. Not excessively, but I'd say autism and ADHD. You seem to fit the category of ADHD very well from everything that you've told me and told your chat. I think that a diagnosis of ADHD would probably be very on par and maybe a bit on the autistic spectrum. But again, women show less autistic symptoms than men because autism is what I would call hypermasculinity disorder. Basically, autism makes your brain hypermasculine. It's why an awful lot of women who are autistic also think they are trans, because autism emphasizes many very masculine traits and a very masculine mindset. And so women who have autism generally just become tomboys, or sometimes some of them are convinced they're trans, a lot of them are lesbians. It hits women differently. Basically, a woman with autism will act more like a man, whereas a man with autism will act far too much like a man. The overlap between ADHD and autism is near a circle. I would somewhat agree. I do know people who are very autistic but are not ADHD at all. So you can be very far on the autistic spectrum and have no ADHD symptoms whatsoever. Dave Rubin does a month-long disconnect. A colleague then fills him on all the news that he gets back. Yeah, that'd be cool. If I ever... There's actually dinner. I'm literally going to do something right now. Maybe I've done this for you before, I'm not sure, but give me just one moment. ADHD explained. Because there's this amazing video. Here it is. It's only 28 minutes. But I will send it to you, Denna, because when this interviewer, this psychologist, talked about ADHD, I actually had to go and sit in another room for about 5 minutes because it was the most uncanny thing I have ever listened to, because it was like he was reaching into my brain. It's like he was reading my mind. It was scary to have somebody describe how I thought in such perfect detail. So I will just send you this because it really is. I hugely recommend it. This guy basically can diagnose you with ADHD. If you agree with like more than 80% of the things this guy says, you have ADHD. There is zero question about it in my mind. All you need is a formal diagnosis. Because that is the best description ever. I remember when he got informed Jeffrey Epstein committed suicide and the cameras turned off and the guard slept, he thought he was being effed with. Size queening a video, wow. Can you link it for the rest of us? Yes, I will. Yes, I will, absolutely. I will put it on... Sorry, I keep getting lost in my tabs and forgetting where my stream chat is. There, that's the video. That be the video. Size watting. Denna, please don't tell me you don't know what size queening is. Please, please, please don't tell me you don't know what size queening is. You're able to find Doppio Drop Scythe's ERP ASMR audio, but you don't know what size queening is? I'm sorry. I refuse to believe that. Oh no. So you know how men have differently sized penises, okay? Size queening is when a woman deliberately seeks out the largest penis that she possibly can and then brags about how far she has been able to take said penis in her various orifices. Oh, sorry, I didn't actually know that you could hear that, because I'm looking at my audio levels right now. It didn't actually show that my microphone was tripping when I did that crunching. I apologize. Yeah, size queening is basically taking larger and larger objects up your jacksie. Basically, that's a thing. Yes, it is. It is not a fetish that I in any way have an interest in, because I don't know. I'm fortunate. I have a pretty strong squeamish reaction to a lot of things. A lot of things that a lot of men find conventionally sexual or sexually attractive, I find really, really disgusting. Like, for example, facials. I find the idea of facials to be completely disgusting. I do not understand why men enjoy the idea of seeing a woman with semen on her face or any other part of her body. To me, that is just an immediate kind of reaction. It's really, really, really unpleasant. Like that one dude with a jar. Oh. It's a whoosh thing. A whoosh thing. Like another thing that I find actually pretty repulsive is the whole running makeup thing. And it's funny because I was in Kirscha's Discord many months ago, and somebody brought up running makeup as a kink, and everybody was like, oh yeah, that sight when she's like gagging and gurgling, and you know the makeup is running down her face and it's all melting. Oh, that's so hot. It's literally getting me hard just thinking about that. And I was like, running makeup is disgusting. That's really, really, really unpleasant. I don't understand why anybody would like that. And everybody is like, damn, you just have no sex drive at all, do you? You don't know what's nice. You have no idea what's sexy. You have no interest in, you are just a weird person. And then later on, Kirscha comments on my post. She quotes me and said, this man is the only person here who has the right opinion. Because guess what? Kirscha hates that too. I was completely vindicated for having the right opinion. So tributes make you squeamish too? I mean, yeah. I do not want... like, semen belongs inside the body. Whether it is in the man's body or the woman's body, semen does not belong anywhere else, okay? Read my chat, Proctor. Proctor, can you please give the birds and bees talk to your surrogate brown daughter privately instead of live on stream? Don't read his chat, Proctor. Oh, hey, Alex. Nice to see you. Yeah, Proctor hates it when his makeup gets... Moving swiftly on. So where was I? Ah, yes. Lembeke says that the universal symptoms of withdrawal from any addictive substance are anxiety, irritability, insomnia, and dysphoria. Dysphoria is the opposite of euphoria. It refers to a generalized feeling of discomfort or unease. This is basically what many teens say they feel, and what parents and clinicians observe. When kids who are heavy users of social media or video games... My pheasant is crowing outside. Sorry, that really disturbed me for a second. Are separated from their phones and game consoles involuntarily, symptoms of sadness, anxiety, and irritability are listed as the signs of withdrawal for those diagnosed with internet gaming disorder. Lembeke's list of universal symptoms of withdrawal shows us how addiction magnifies the three other foundational harms. Most obviously, those who are addicted to screen-based activities have more trouble falling asleep, both because of the direct competition with sleep and because of the high dose of blue light delivered to the retina from just inches away, which tells the brain it's morning time, stop making melatonin. Also, while most people wake up multiple times during the night and then fall right back to sleep, people who have become addicted will often reach for their phones and start scrolling. This is Reuven Levitt too. Addressing the parallels between substance addiction and digital addiction raises critical awareness about our interactions with technology. The cited phenomena of anhedonia, a diminished ability to experience pleasure, is a common consequence of addiction, whether to substances or screens. This underscores the importance of balance and mindfulness in our digital lives. By fostering self-awareness and cultivating offline connections that nurture our well-being, we can strive to maintain a healthy equilibrium. It's essential to recognize these warning signs and take proactive steps towards digital well-being, ensuring technology serves us without diminishing our capacity to enjoy life's simpler real-world pleasures. And this is something I completely and highly agree with. Because, like, my moderators, apart from Thrang, who is the one exception to this rule, somehow Thrang seemingly has no life outside of the internet whatsoever, but he is the only moderator, the only Janny that I have ever had who has not been insane. Maybe Thrang's specific form of internet insanity is pretending to be a sane person on the internet, so in which case I hope that he never gets meds. But all of my moderators and all of the people that I trust with any kind of responsibility on my website and in my community have families in real life. For example, Reinigan has a wife and he has a child. And so I trust that Reinigan is sane enough that he was able to court and marry and have children. He has proven that his genetic code is capable of reproduction, all right? That he does not have any one of the many, many, many issues that have been thrown up by bad genetics to ensure that he takes himself out of the gene pool. He is not a suspiciously wealthy furry or anything like that. At least I bloody well hope not. So he's nega ridicule. Maybe that'll be his next title, but the next time I decide to change it at random. But there was another Indonesian VTuber I saw online recently who complained that she thought she had a bunch of friends in her community, and then she found out that all those friends had been clipping an incident where she accidentally showed her real life on stream, and they had been re-uploading it to different YouTube channels. And she was like, these people I trusted were all... that were all lying to me, they were all saving my information, and they all posted it on the internet. And I'm really upset with them. And I quoted her and I said, people need to understand that your community as a VTuber are not your friends. Your community as a VTuber is a bunch of severely parasocial, mentally ill people, and if they were mentally sane and stable, they wouldn't be watching you as a VTuber, because sane people don't watch VTubers. And she actually, then I said, I had another quote, and I said the same thing that I've just said here. The only people you can trust in a community are the people you know have good, stable, real lives, that have families and good social circles away from the internet, because that proves that they are functional enough in society to be able to have those connections. People who are not functional in society go to the internet, and they bring the same habits that make them not functional in society on the internet. And she replied to me and she said, yeah, you're right, I'll keep that in mind from later on. And I really appreciated that. And I'm glad that, I'm sad that that happened to her, but I'm glad that, I am glad that she will learn from that experience going forwards. Like, good friends on the internet are like diamonds. You should treasure them. The crab, I am perfectly sane. Perfectly sane, definitely. I completely, I definitely agree. Everybody in this chat is very sane. You are literally watching a bird man ranting at the internet, so... It is true, I pretend to be normal, but I am actually clinically schizophrenic. You know what, Thrang? You know what? Let me just go to my stream chat. That's actually annoying. I'm not able to do that. I am just going to take that. And I am going to the holding cells. I'm saving this for posterity if Thrang ever goes off the deep end, so I can reference it as a self-report. There we go. I am perfectly sane. Now keep talking while I draw this VTuber naked. I hope it's not me. Please do not draw me naked. Not before I get an official design. Not before I get an official design. Then you can draw me naked all you like. Also, does she have a fluffy tail? I love how... Oh, that was... I thought Short just heart reacted to that. No, it was actually Thrang. All right. Now, what was the next thing that I was going to look at? 2 hours 50 minutes already. Damn. Whew, feels like time has flown. Oh yes. This is a nice short article. Again, I am very sorry that it is. Does this website have a dark mode as well? Why do all these websites not have a dark mode? This is a tech site. Why doesn't a tech site have a dark mode? Let me just look for it. Dark. Nope, no, there's no dark mode toggle. Web notifications. Nope, sorry. It's flashbang time again, guys. I apologize. Flashbang warning in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Flashbang. Come to the light modes. I like light mode, but the thing is, every time I put light mode on, my chat just screams at me and says that I've just burnt out their eyes. I prefer light mode, but because I care for my honorable chatters so much, I do my best now to make things that I put on screen to be in dark mode, so that their adorable little peepers are not burnt out. Official design when I get, I mean, even the cheapest official design would probably still cost me a good few €100, and because I am literally in, well, not litigation, that's not litigation yet, but because I am literally in a situation where we are trying not to be thrown out of our house that we have lived in for nearly 25 years, I am not spending frivolous amounts of money on anything that I don't have to. It's really their fault for turning up the display's brightness. I agree. Opera GT is always dark mode. Opera GT is also a very bad browser. One moment. Can people actually hear me when I crunch up that apple and eat it? Because my model avatar doesn't trigger and my microphone doesn't trigger. But Azahara was saying earlier that he could hear it, so I'm curious if anybody else can. Billions of Discord chats have been harvested, set to be sold online. Discord is looking into potential violations of its terms of use. A publicly accessible website appears to be selling a colossal database of Discord chats to the highest bidder. The site is called spy.pet and claims to have obtained more than 4 billion public messages made by roughly 620 million users logged into more than 14,000 servers. On the surface, it would seem that there is no foul play, as the data was already public-facing, as Discord is essentially an IRC, meaning that with the right bots and automation, all the information could be harvested. You don't even need bots. As for presentation, spy.net does an impressive job. It offers a profile for each individual user, which contains known aliases, connected accounts for services such as Steam or GitHub, Discord servers, and public messages. To access the profile, all a user needs to do is pay a small fee up to 10 cents rather, in cryptocurrency. There is also an enterprise model advertised to be used in AI model training, or for intelligence gathering by law enforcement. For this model, however, the potential customer should reach out to the site's admins. It has even drawn the attention of Discord itself, which is said to be investigating the matter to see if there are any violations of its terms of use. Despite the information being seemingly free and simply scraped from the internet, Discord is still looking into it. In a statement, the company said, Discord is committed to protecting the data and privacy of our users. That is such a fat lie, I can't even believe it. We are currently investigating this matter. If we determine that violations of our terms of service and community guidelines have occurred, we will take appropriate steps to enforce our policies. We cannot provide further comments as this is an ongoing investigation. Yeah, Discord doesn't give a shit. Discord absolutely does not give even the smallest shit. Well, what's the link you just posted? Proctor, just so you know, spy.pet's operator is a Kiwi farmer, has a known account, and was active in trying to out furry groomers in Discord servers. Null talking about it on Mad of the Internet. I would like to rest my throat for a few minutes, so I will look at this.
This was the little piece of news that I that I hinted at the beginning of the stream. This guy called Joseph F. Cox, working for a company called 404 Media, is investigating what was a leak of... It's not even... You can't really describe it as a leak. Basically, Discord has allowed independent developers to develop a... like, all the internals of their... like... There's very little functionality associated with Discord. So a lot of, like, the per channel... like customized, tweaked out Discord stuff are these bots, and these bots are given permissions when you add them to your chat room. So if you like want special functionality that only comes from a bot, you can add the bot, you give it permissions, and then the bot gives you what you want. Generally, you're expecting like just to get it for free, or maybe you pay a little bit for the bot. But obviously, when developers are developing shit, they don't do it for free. Either they want like support on Patreon, or they're going to ask for a subscription. Some small bots might just be like a convenience thing. But in the case of a developer, or several developers, or nobody really knows where this comes from, the bots that people have been installing on their servers, and they apparently are very popular bots, have just been reading and archiving like everything sent on Discord. So now there are billions of messages that have been scraped by these bots that have privileged access to these Discord chat rooms. And now they're aggregated into a database and being sold for like pennies on a dollar. So if you know somebody's Discord handle, you can look up their post history and like even messages they've deleted across all their servers, not just the ones that they are publicly associated with. And you can see basically anything that the bots have seen in these databases, which is obviously a breach of privacy and trust. Now, it's worth mentioning that Discord is a subsidiary of Tencent, and Discord does this on its own. Discord sells your information, sells your chat messages, sells your private messages, because remember, a private message between one or a few people is functionally indistinct from how a regular chat room in Discord works. There is literally nothing different in terms of the technological backend or the level of encryption used, because there is no encryption, between a Discord chat room and a Discord chat room that's functioning as a private message between either you and one other person or you and a specific number of people. It is literally the exact same thing. It is stored and handled the exact same way in the Discord backend, and it's aggregated and sold as data to Tencent in exactly the same way. So there is no privacy on Discord, and the fact that the issue that people are having is not that there's no privacy on Discord and their privacy is being breached. The issue is that it's being sold to the highest bidder for very, very cheap in public, and there's no illusion that there's any privacy. There was never any privacy, but people really seem to relish in the illusion that there was some privacy. Moreover, I guess they can't have specific individual people. Oh, I turned away just because I was ranting about Discord, but no, there's more to this. The guy that runs this, it's called spy.pet, I think is the database. The guy that runs this actually joined the Kiwi Farms, and he joined the Kiwi Farms. I may not be able to show this just because of my bandwidth, but because he wanted to post logs of what's happening in these things called Boykisser. The Boykisser is like a really shitty meme of like a little, and it's like a fox, and it's like a simple fox animation of like a fox kissing something, and then it got captioned like "I like kissing boys," and he's blushing, and this became like a homosexual meme on the internet, and eventually it became like a subculture, kind of like Doge if Doge was a homosexual pedophile. So the Boykisser stuff became a subreddit just called r Boykisser, and then that fragmented out such as r little Boykisser, and then it became Discord chat rooms, so that the prying eyes of adults and the general public would not ruin their intentions. And their intentions are very blatantly, because every single one of these Boykisser Discord chat rooms have rules that explicitly say that they're a 13+ server. But obviously when you have something called the Boykisser room, or the silly chat room, or the Astolfo, which is like a femboy anime thing, which is also called Cunnyland, and of course cunny is a euphemism used by pedophiles to refer to a child's vagina. And then you have Femboy Freaks, which is also a gay haven 13+ server. There is absolutely zero way that you can have chat rooms like this that do not serve as a way of meeting 13-year-old boys to adult men, probably younger than 13, because, you know, kids don't really pay attention to the signs. And the whole point is to get them pink-pilled, so that, which is a euphemism for exposing a child, like a 13-year-old boy, to pornography as early as possible, and then enticing them to feminize and humiliate themselves by wearing dresses or feminine clothing, and sending it to the pedophiles who run these chat rooms. And then, of course, the pedophiles use these pictures to extort boys into doing more things for them. Like how, I think it was like 764 or something. It was that other online pedophile extortion thing. That's just how these work. And the guy that created that database, the spy pet thing, posted a bunch of information about who are posting on these, how many messages they have, so on and so forth. Ostensibly good information tracking the actions and activity of pedophile discords. And nobody took issue with this except Joseph F. Cox of 404 Media. He took a great amount of issue with this and deliberately lied about what kind of information and was being shared and who was being targeted. The title of this article is just the big Discord leak has its origins with Kiwi Farms, so deliberately trying to create a link between Kiwi Farms and this dump which does not exist. And then this is how he worded this, by the way. On Kiwi Farm, an account called Spy Pet has uploaded multiple dumps of Discord messages from the Spy Pet service. In at least one of these threads, they have analyzed the posts of people posting in a queer community Discord. They described one dump as containing 916,000 messages. Another includes just over 220,000 messages. They have also uploaded pie charts, which break down the percentage of messages on the servers written by specific users. So he has 8 posts. Almost all of them are in the Boykisser, our little Boykisser, femboy grooming circle thread. and they're just breaking down the activity in these pedophile circles, which for whatever reason, Joseph F. Cox of 404 Media from the United Kingdom tries to explain away as simply being a queer community. So a queer community is according to Joseph F. Cox, a Discord chat room where grown men try to convince little boys into taking HRT, wearing dresses, taking pictures of themselves wearing dresses, sending them pictures of themselves wearing dresses so that they can be extorted into doing sexual acts. That's just a queer community. That's just like, well, you know, you got gay, bi, les, transgender, and then the femboy grooming extortion cults on Discord. That's just a queer community. I mean, I agree, Joseph F. Cox of 404 Media from the United Kingdom. I totally agree. That's a fair assessment. That's basically just what they do.
I think this will, unless there is something else, I think that's a good place to stop, and it's a good place to stop for a reason that I will show in just a moment, because I need to find this tab in my massive dump of stuff. Soon, TM. I just wanted to say also, it's very important for everybody to understand that my Discord is about as public as you can get. Nobody should ever share anything on my Discord. They are not 100% okay with potentially being leaked somewhere else. It doesn't matter if it's in a private channel or anything like that. You should assume that some insane autist has clipped it or shared it or saved it. That's something you should always be aware of. I make no pretenses that anything in my Discord is private. Should never be used for like gay ops or any nonsense like that. At best, it's all being written down in a giant library. That's a good way to think about it. Imagine that every single thing you say on Discord is immediately added to a public library. Anyone can check it out. It's just a matter if somebody wants to check it out. That's what you should always remember about Discord. Because again, I don't mind using, well, I hate Discord. I really do hate Discord. But I will use Discord because it has functions which are useful to me. Ironically, the Groom Code is the safety Discord. I would, if I learned that somebody in the Groom Code was doing like ERP somewhere with another member, I would ban that person instantaneously and they would never be coming back, ever. Only I'm allowed to ERP with members of the Discord. Well, maybe Thrang as well. I just assume that's the internet period. Yeah. Don't say stupid stuff on the internet you don't want to make public. It's very simple. A very simple rule that people are not following. Where the hell is that article gone? It was here somewhere. Ah, here it is. Here it is. Does this have a dark mode? No, it does not have a dark mode. My apologies for the second flashbang in about as many minutes. Switzerland. 2 queer youth group leaders are accused of sexually exploiting teen boys offering minors BDSM gear. Don't make me leak the DMs of you attempting to initiate roleplay with me, prostate. I mean... Look, a gay couple who co-founded a Swiss rainbow person youth organization, are being investigated by the public prosecutor after sexually exploiting 2 teenagers who were in their care. The men had created locations in their youth camp, I'll just call it social work, LGBTQ, for children aged 13 years and up in the city of Chur and in the municipality of Buchs, Switzerland. I only just saw this name. no! Why is Lovecraft's cat a gay pedo now? Look up the name of the cop who stopped Dimebag Darrell's killer. Oh no. I'm in audio, please read the name. Azehara, I hate you. While their identities were concealed by the press in Switzerland, Redux is naming the men involved as Holger, Spanish word for the color black, and his husband, Bjorn. Holger, 42, is alleged to have had sexual contact with two 17-year-olds who had sought help for bullying with the organization. Holger was a board member of the group at the time, and while his husband, Bjorn, was the business manager, the two men are said to have had a three-way sexual relationship with one of the teens. So there's the old promiscuity meme again. A 17-year-old boy, according to the report, Tajiz Anzeiger. Numerous documents substantiate what happened in the group, including text messages, emails, and voice messages, reports Anzeiger. Founded in 2020, Social Work LGBT has received public funding to set up facilities for at-risk youth as young as 13 who believe they are LGBT. During an investigation into the allegations, local media spoke to 15 people close to the group to check the veracity of the allegations. The majority of those who came forward decided to remain anonymous. One exception is Daniel Huber, a former board member of the association, who, with one other board member, reported the couple to public prosecutor Anina Grob, co-director. Oh, these names aren't real. How is Switzerland a real place? Of Avenir Social, the professional organization for social work in Switzerland. For us, the behavior of the two is a total abuse of power. Why do you put it that way? For us, are you implying it could be seen in a different way with somebody else? What the shit? What the shit? Canada non-binary diaper fetishist successfully wins case to have the government fund surgery that will construct him a penis and a vagina. What the shit? Let's continue this. Said Huber, who attended the meetings as a teenager before joining the board in a leadership role. It is important not to look away from such behavior, which implies that he thinks there's a chance that it would be. Europe, what the hell is wrong with you? Holger, Spanish word for the color black, co-founder of Social Work LGBT, source Facebook. I'm going to glow. According to statements from anonymous sources, the Spanish word for the color black couple also took the 17-year-old boy on vacation to Germany with them. In one public post the teen made on social media, he reveals struggling with the situation. I'm in a toxic polyamorous relationship and it's tearing me apart, he wrote. Holger wanted us to be a polyamorous couple and I said okay because I was willing to do anything just to be with him, even though I don't even like his husband. The teen continued, he's just taking advantage of me, nothing more, and I'm already traumatized by this shit. When this is over, I need to get my brain fixed. The relationship also caused controversy within the organization. It was clear to everyone that this relationship was not possible at all from a professional or moral point of view, but Holger in particular could speak extremely well. If a man ever comes to you and reveals that he's in a relationship with a minor, and you let him continue to be in a relationship with the minor because he is very charismatic and very convincing, I think you should be killed along with him. Bjorn also had sexual contact with a second underage teenager in a counseling room at the club, which was confirmed by the outlet via a text message sent from Holger. As conversations surrounding their leadership became more heated, Holger temporarily submitted his resignation as a manager 6 months ago. However, he sent long messages to other group members justifying the couple's sexual activity. He was so good with words that we ignored the grooming. How is this real? How is Sweden in a place? In public child and youth work, it is common for a long time for youth workers to have sexual contact with young people, Holger stated. Until the 1990s, foster children in Berlin were referred to pedophiles because these children could love them. Chat, give me just 1 second. There is something that I want to look up. There is something that I think all of you let me just find it, because it can be quite hard to find this clip, because it's a very interesting clip. Here it is. I will show it on screen after I'm finished reading this article. I feel just a tiny bit angry right now, guys. Holger's latter remark refers to the infamous Kentler Project, an experiment authorized and subsidized by the Berlin Senate, which placed foster children in the homes of pedophiles for the explicit purpose of facilitating child sexual abuse. The Kentler Project began in 1969, and at the time of its termination in 1988, nearly 2 decades later, sexologist Helmut Kentler described the project as a complete success. We nuked the wrong country. Three days after submitting his resignation, Holger decided he wanted to reverse his decision. After an argument within the club's board, neither he nor Bjorn were removed from the association. Shortly afterwards, Daniel Huber and another former board member reported the men to the St. Gallen police. Several anonymous individuals who spoke with the press highlighted a sexualized basic atmosphere that existed at the establishment in Chur. Topics of conversation often focused on sexual activity, and a box full of sex toys was kept on site. We nuked the wrong country. A box containing dildos, leather straps, and bondage gear, including whips and Why is it that gay men seem to have such an overwhelming propensity for BDSM? I'm really curious. I know plenty of women that are into BDSM, but why is it such a massive thing among gay men? I don't understand. Holger was said to have actively offered this box to young people. We nuked the wrong country. A 2021 Facebook post by Holger, a Spanish name for the color black, describes his preference for puppy play, a sexual fetish that involves pretending to be a dog during or near the time of intercourse, and the use of BDSM gear. A half-naked youth worker with a dog mask, something like that is disturbing and provocative, and that's exactly why I chose this picture. The choice of image is about politics and not the politics of good taste. Holger captioned the photo. We nuked the wrong country. Dog play or puppy play is very common in the queer scene, and yet it is often a taboo topic because it comes from the BDSM scene and is always equated with sex. That's because it is always sexual! Sorry. But this is more about role models, he continues. Animals have less value in our society. How we treat animal life in slaughterhouses, factory farming, and the like is indicative of our attitude towards animals. Some of those opposed to marriage for all have taken this very stance, calling queers pedophiles or comparing them to animals. And what about nudity? In 2014, I was working in the Zurich Oberland. This year, as I often do, I was in Ticino, and there in the swimming pool, I met young people from my community. Just because I'm a youth worker, I can't completely restrict my private life. Incidentally, I have already been hit on by community leaders in the public sauna. We nuked the wrong country. Holger, Spanish name for the word for Spanish word for the name black. Oh my goodness, I'm getting so annoyed. I'm actually forgetting the bit. Has been the managing director of Queer Youth Center Tref.lgbt and has worked with children within the national education system. What the shit? What the shit? Identity, gender, attraction, expression, sex. In the description of the website Queer Goes to School, which promotes his educational resources, Holger says, I have been supporting young people with questions about queer topics for over 20 years. I have also been involved in the national specialist groups for children and child and youth work in Switzerland on the topics of gender and queer for years. This gives us a broad base of experience and knowledge of professional and needs-based discussion of queer topics in the classroom. We nuked the wrong country. Prior to the news of the accusations of the sexual abuse of minors, Holger's group had received some criticism on social media for instructing supporters to use the term front hole in reference to female anatomy. The post was made to the organization's Instagram account on March 31 to promote the International Transgender Day of Visibility. We nuked the wrong country. This is not the first time that an LGBT-focused youth group has been accused of facilitating the abuse of vulnerable teenagers. As previously exclusively reported by Redux, 2 Scottish men came forward to allege they had been groomed and sexually exploited as minors while accessing services at LGBT Youth Scotland. Scotland, formerly the Stonewall Youth Project, is known LGBT Youth Scotland, also formerly known as the I'm sorry, I'm just getting so angry I'm actually starting to stutter. Is known as Scotland's national charity for LGBTI young people. The organisation works with youth aged 13 to 25-year-olds and delivers programs to schools, organisations and businesses. The charity was founded in 1989 and renamed in 2003. The same year, a notorious pedophile, James Rennie, became the chief executive officer. In 2009, Rennie was found guilty and given a lifelong restriction order after it was discovered he was operating what was described as Scotland's largest pedophile network. It's not about getting pounded, it's about sending a message. I still remember when Front Hole was a Dan Stanhope punchline. Oh boy, I know about this. It started with abuse and it perpetuated through abuse. I'm sorry, I wasn't looking at the chat while I was reading this, Monarchical Foreigner. When you say, oh boy, I know about this, can you elaborate a tiny bit? Anyway, let me just put this on screen because I'm gonna make you. I'm gonna go through this because this is worth talking about. I'm gonna rest my. I'm actually gonna have another go to the bathroom again, but this is just a 3-minute video, but I'm gonna put it on screen and let you listen to it.
There is a long correlation between anarchism and pedophilia and support for pedophilia. Oh, wait. That's a beautiful line. Thank you so much for asking. How about something relevant? I've been talking about rape culture all day, and pedophilia and the support of pedophilia is not rape culture? Actually, it seems you're acting like this is a spurious connection. So we're going to play Jeopardy. We're going to play queer theory. We're going to play queer theory pedophilia Jeopardy. Okay, answer. Commonly called the godfather of queer theory.
Who is Foucault?
Who is Foucault?
I got it.
Okay, 100 points. Foucault. Another way to ask this is who argued, no, I guess the answer would be, argued for the eradication of age of consent laws as in down to infants.
Who is Foucault?
Thank you.
Okay, next one. The author of the founding document of queer theory. Who is Gail Rubin? What percentage? No, the answer is 50%. Question is?
The amount in that article that was a defense of pedophilia, specifically, quote, boy lovers, so men who fuck boys.
Oh. And since you're not believing me, quote, this is in the founding document of queer theory. Like communists and homosexuals in the 1950s, boy lovers are so stigmatized that it is difficult to find defenders of their civil liberties, let alone for their erotic orientation. That's in the founding document of queer theory. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm using facts. A thousand apologies. One must never let facts in the way. Oh, and she also compared, by the way, she compared pedophilia to a preference for spicy food. The thing is, I have never heard of anyone who has to have years of therapy because they ate hot and sour soup. Okay, so up to 200. Now it is pedophilia and queer theory for 300. That would be author of Macho Sluts. Author of Macho Sluts and Public Sex. Pat Califia.
Derek Jensen is an eco-fascist.
Wait. What was it somebody said? Stay relevant. Okay, let's talk about Pat Califia.
Why don't you respond? Because you can't respond. Fucking transphobe.
Okay, here's something from one of Pat Califia's books. You know, it's really interesting. It's really interesting that when I actually start talking about the relationship between queer theory and anarchism and pedophilia, that it becomes, they really want to shut me up now. Okay, so here's Pat Califia. Pat Califia. Oh, wait, just a second. I was accused of homophobia because I'm against pedophilia. Who is it who actually makes the connections between that? Okay, here's something by Pat Califia. Pat Califia has written, any child old enough to decide whether or not she or he wants to eat spinach, play with trucks, or wear shoes is old enough to decide whether or not she wants to run around naked in the sun, masturbate, sit in someone's lap, or engage in sexual activity, by which she does not mean play doctor, she means with adults. And she's very clear about that because she also says that pedophiles should be more and not less invested in children's lives. Okay, so we're at 300. 400 is the most famous queer theorist of today. Answer. No, it is not Judith Butler. It's who is Judith Butler? Okay, Judith Butler is the most famous queer theorist of the day.
We see you, all of you supporters here, who do not care about trans people's lives. Every person here supported this that you don't.
Okay. Here's a great quote from Judith Butler.
Then it's the fucking truth. Are you supporting them?
Okay, so Judith Butler wrote, so I keep adding this qualification. When incest is a violation, suggesting I think there may be occasions in which it's not. Why would I talk that way? Well, I do think that there are probably forms of incest that are not necessarily traumatic, and which gain their traumatic character by virtue of the consciousness of social stain that they produce. Yeah, that's Judith Butler. That's one of the queer heroes. Okay, now we have for 500 we have the last one in the queer theory and pedophilia. The answer is queer theorist who has spoken out strongly against pedophilia.
Zero. Who is no one.
Who is no one? Not a single one. Because the entire thing is based on transgressing. Yeah, I know. Dear fucking God.
This man is a personal hero of mine, by the way. Let me just say, who is this again? Yeah, Professor Derek Jensen. I would enormously recommend watching. He does a bunch of videos actually, so you should really go and watch Derek Jensen's stuff. Pretty sure this prof is a lefty himself, a radical one too. I mean, I think that he does. I remember he is into some radical stuff, but I mean, he is absolutely 100% spot on in this thing. And I honestly don't care. I would not care if he is a hardcore, like, burn down the cities, return to monkey level person in his other politics. If he's willing to go out there and say that kind of stuff in public, I have an immense amount of respect for him. He's a green freak, but even he can see how bonkers the queer theorists are. Yeah. I mean, queer is exactly like you say. The foundation of queer theory is anarchism, and all of these groups are based in anarchism, and their flavor of anarchism is, I get to do whatever I like, and I can kill you if you disagree. That's what anarchism is to them. We're all free and wonderful so long as you let me do exactly what I want. People really upset me at times, guys. Not that one, not that one. But the good news is, there is a tiny bit of good news in all of this. In that, as you may know recently, the tides have just started to gently turn in the opposite direction a little bit. And I thought that this would be a decent thing to cap off on. BlackRock CEO melts down as profits plummet over woke ESG agenda. Pretty much, hence their emphasis on by any means necessary. Turkey Tom in the corner. I don't really know why Turkey Tom keeps showing up in my recommends. Like, I watched one of his videos briefly a while ago, and yet that man is a master of the algorithm, because, my goodness, I watched him, and he did a pretty good video on some bit of drama or whatever a while ago. And I thought to myself, hey, that's a pretty good video. And I watched it for about, like, it was only about 30 minutes long, and every single recommend I've got from Turkey Tom since then. It's just been like him sitting, it's just literally just been a live stream, like a VOD of a live stream. And it's constantly about him, and it's like 3-4 hours long, and there's so much dead air and dead space, and him just arguing with chat or anything. I'm like, I don't want to watch any of this. Why are you recommending me these videos? I like Turkey Tom when he is talking concisely and accurately about a topic, not when he is spending hours rambling along about something nonsense-like. Apparently this is the only site that reported this, and people are saying it's not that credible of a site. Not sure if this is true or people coping. There is a link as well. There is another link to, yeah, actually there is, yeah, it is on the same website. All right. So, I mean, maybe it's wrong. Well, we'll see. Oh, this is, it does have a Twitter link. It does have a Twitter link. BlackRock CEO Larry Fink suffered a meltdown during an earnings call over the company losing billions of dollars in contracts due to the international asset manager's woke environmental, social, and governance ESG agenda. A recording from the call has emerged online and revealed Fink imploded while raging over the Texas Board of Education canceling $8.5 billion in contracts with BlackRock. As Slay News reported, Texas joined several states in blocking their funds from going to BlackRock due to the company's ESG agenda. During the call, Fink lost his cool as he complained about lies and misinformation regarding BlackRock's agenda. We have done a better job now of telling our story so that people can make decisions based on facts, not on lies, and not on misinformation or politicization by others, Fink said during a first quarter earnings call. Unfortunately, there's still others out there who continuously lie about these issues. So I'm going to listen to this, because I have not actually listened to this before.
I've spoken before about the fear we see today. Some of it stoked by increasingly political polarization in the world. Our industry and BlackRock have been a subject of political dialogue, mostly in the United States. We recognize some of this with being the industry leader. We have done a better job now of telling our story so that people can make decisions based on facts, not on lies and not on misinformation or politicization by others. Unfortunately, there's still others out there who put short-term politics, who continuously lie about these issues. They're putting those issues above the long-term fiduciary responsibilities. As a fiduciary, politics should never outweigh performance. I do believe that with a vast majority of our clients, our long-term fiduciary approach and performance are resonating.
I love how he struggles to say fiduciary multiple times in that. So let me look over at this one too. Yeah, this is another thing they reported on. Officials in West Virginia have banned several globalist financial institutions from consideration for state contracts over their involvement in ESG initiatives. West Virginia will ban 4 additional institutions from state-funded contracts over their involvement in the woke initiatives, the Washington Examiner reported. The move was announced by the state's treasurer, Riley Moore. The Mountain State is adding to its list of banned financial institutions with Citibank, HSBC Holdings, Northern Trusts, and TD Bank. Previously, heavy hitters such as Wells Fargo, Morgan Stanley, JP Morgan, blah, 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 were blocked. State officials are fighting back against several initiatives, including energy policies that target fossil fuels like coal. West Virginia is the second largest producer of coal in the nation. The state's Gov. Jim Justice has... Jim? This guy's name is literally Jim Justice. What? Has even made a living from removing coal from the ground. Besides the attack on fossil fuels, these same institutions also embrace the combined ESG agenda. Politics should never outweigh money, lol. Well, I suppose it's nice to see you here in my chat, Parrot. I'm pretty certain you've never commented before. If you've watched any of my previous stuff, well, welcome. If not, so yeah, welcome to my chat. Welcome to my chat. Goodness me, it really is an interesting night because I'm going on the Under the Tea podcast later on as well. So it seems as if it's like I've suddenly had this connections singularity or connections like nuclear fusion. Like I've kicked off the one atom by agreeing to go on the Under the Tea podcast, and the same day that I agreed to that, like Parrot and Rima both show up in my chat. The names in all these articles you've been showing us have been amazing. Not as fun as that Swiss man who was born as Jim Justice sounds like a super villain. Yeah, that's just such a weird thing. You won't sleep today? I never sleep. I never sleep. That's the funny thing. I'm supposed to be going out somewhere tomorrow at like 10 a.m. Oh, this is something that I did want to look at. This was like breaking at the time that this happened. So this is Sky News. Okay. No, sorry, Slay News, silly. Now, I do, like, this has actually happened. So I again, I am not certain because people have been saying that Slay News is not a good news site. So maybe it isn't. I've never looked at them before. So I'm interested at this. Watch warning shocking graphic scenes. Yeah, this isn't too long. In horrifying scenes in New York, a man has set himself on fire in protest outside the court where President Donald Trump's hush money trial is taking place. The man was in a designated protest area outside the courthouse. Footage shows a man kneeling down with his hands behind his head while being completely engulfed in flames. He then falls down, lying on his back on the pavement outside the Manhattan Criminal Court while his whole body is on fire. Police and an unidentified man rush in to try and put out the fire. One man is seen throwing a jacket over the protester in an effort to smother the flames. Another man then sprays him with a fire extinguisher which appears to put the fire out. I am not going to play this video on stream for what I hope are fairly obvious reasons. President Trump was preparing to leave the courthouse before the man set himself on fire. The incident happened in an area set aside for pro- and anti-Trump demonstrators. Witnesses said the man doused himself in a fluid before setting himself ablaze. Well, I'm pretty sure he wasn't a pyrokinetic and just willed himself to spontaneously combust. It is not immediately clear what the man was protesting against. Police sources repeatedly told the New York Post the man was 20 years old and possibly homeless. He had been sitting on a bench inside the park when he suddenly threw his belongings on the ground and doused himself in something before going up in flames. I heard this clattering and it was these papers that had been flung up and they were clattering to the ground, a witness only identified as Dave told the Post. He pulled out a can and he poured it over himself. At that point I thought, oh, this could be awful. I would probably try and tackle somebody who was doing that. I mean, maybe that would be incredibly dangerous because then I could get flaming stuff on me too, but I mean, again, this is literally just me thinking about it, but I hope that if I saw somebody trying to emulate themselves, I would try and physically intervene and wrestle it away from them. But then I'm not gonna second guess myself. Maybe I'd run away. After pouring himself with obviously something flammable, he took out, I think, a lighter, then he lit himself on fire. The man was rushed to hospital by first responders. His condition is not immediately clear. That's the Fox News thing. The shocking scenes come after jury selection for Trump's hush money trial concluded with 12 people and 6 alternatives chosen. The jury will decide on the politically motivated charges against Trump brought by Democrat Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg. Democrat protesters are accusing Trump of covering up payments to women to allegedly hide his affairs in run-up to the 2016 election. Trump has denied. Yeah, that's not interesting. That's just old stuff that I'm sure everybody here knows. Oh no, I don't have time to get the marshmallows. God damn. Isn't this the third time some dumbass who set himself on fire to protest something? Didn't this happen a while ago, or did the guy copy that guy's homework? Yeah, it was a U.S. soldier who lit himself on fire to protest the Israel-Palestine conflict. I think he did it outside. Did he do it outside the Israeli embassy or something? I forget. He might have been on a U.S. military base in the USA. I am new here, yes, just give me more attention than Rima. I mean, you are a bird, so I do like birds. I am not so... I mean, I like horses too, but I've honestly never... I would love to learn how to ride a horse sometime. It's annoying. I remember there was a woman once that I was friends with who used to be a completely obsessive horse rider. She like horses were her life. And I was always kind of impressed by, because she was tiny. She was also like something like 4'5", even smaller. This guy's manifesto thing is wild. Does he have a manifesto? If you want to link, if somebody can link this guy's manifesto in Discord, if it's not like insane, well, it's probably insane. But if it is something that I could actually read on stream without YouTube immediately murdering me with an axe. People kept saying rest in power, which caused the wokies to get butthurt because that only applies to blacks. 2 weeks later, they claimed him as one of their own. That was his legacy. What? Asahara, are we talking about the same guy? Are you saying... if this is true, I have no idea about it. Are you seriously telling me that the man who set himself on fire outside the Israeli embassy, are you saying the LGBTQ community claimed that he was trans? I'm not at my computer, damn. Are you Callie? What? Oh, I get that. Oh, God damn it, Taroni. The Palestine self-kebabber is claimed to be trans by his comrades now. Yes, some Spurg did. Good grief, what the hell? What the hell? Sorry, I'm just looking at the Discord for 1 second. Please bear with me. Oh, there's something new that's just broken as well that I will look at in a moment, because it's another Grums thing. Because it seems my throat, the advantage of being able to have other people talk for a while on stream is just amazing. I can go for another while. I was planning to end live stream soon, but I may as well keep it going. We just hit the 3-hour mark, which is nice. Of course, he was trans. He identified as Chuckle. MTF male to flame. I have to find the alphabet soup people claiming. Please do, Azahara. I am fascinated by that. Please do. What else is there? A home... Yeah, honestly, unless I can see that manifesto that people were talking about I don't think there's much more to say about the homeless guy burning himself alive. It could literally just be a mad homeless person with no affiliation to anything who just snapped. Okay, now let's look at this Grums thing. Here we are. Largest Warhammer Discord censors speech on custodies. If you disagree with the change, you are a monster and subject to hate speech bans. Custodies being undefined is a lie. The lore is very well defined, as I outlined in my former tweets with receipts. This is the Warhammer, the custodies were always female argument, by the way. That's not even the best part. The Muslims he died for called him a kafir. They essentially spat on his charged corpse. The man died for nothing. Yeah, I mean, I do feel sorry for the guy because I think that he had, well, you don't burn yourself alive if you are a mentally stable individual, put it that way. So I do feel sorry for him that he felt the need to do that because, yeah, that's bad. Link to tweet in stream material. Okay, I'll just go through this first, then I'll look at this thing that Azahara's just sent. Everyone, I hate these kinds of announcements, but alas, some people don't know how to be anything more than monsters. Let's take it from the top. GW announced a change to an undefined piece of canon female custodies. First, let's have a reminder of GW's statement. And one of our various reminders. Racism will not be tolerated in any context. There is no between the lines. There is no wiggle room. Human and civil rights should not be a discussion of what counts. This isn't high school gym class on dodgeball day. With that said, the rules you agreed to warned you fairly that politics is subject to banning, and we're taking a hard line on this. Moving forwards, any racist comments, usernames, nicknames, icons, or images will result in a ban. This is the environment now. F around and find out. Quite simply, if you feel the need to discriminate on the basis of skin color, religion, sexual orientation, gender identification, nationality, disability, then pack your army and get the F out. You are not welcome here. You will not be missed. If you have a problem with it, nobody is going to keep you here, but if you make it my problem, the mods are authorized to ban first and ask questions never. Discourse is good, but bashing on things that doesn't fit into your world narrative is not how we grow as a society. Fact of the matter is Warhammer is for everyone and is a pop culture icon. It too has to change to reflect modern day sentiments. Do you think for 1 second you didn't see the Hellraiser, the Mad Max references, or haven't made a Gundam joke at the expense of Tau? So if you want to parade around screaming like an idiot, don't let me stop you while you're identifying as a dumbass. The mods will be happy to identify as a big effing problem. The hobby and the community will continue on without you. What the hell are they talking about? Do not think for 1 second you didn't see the Hellraiser, the Mad Max references, or haven't made a Gundam joke at the expense of What the hell is he talking about? What? What is this gibberish? It's for everyone except you argument is very old and so easy to spot now. I'm not sure if people like that mod understand that they do not have the same control over the narrative as they did before, and this type of thing will hurt GW more than the people they ban. We have always been at war with East Asia. And this is just complete insanity because Gundam is a minority group to be inclusive, or is it racist to compare Tau to Gundams? The Warhammer is literally a setting built upon the concept of racism and people having differences that they cannot resolve in any other way rather than besides exterminating each other. I don't get it. The towers don't look like Gundams, looks like Valkyries from Macross. I actually agree. They look a lot more like Valkyrie frames or whatever they're called from Macross than they do Gundams. Now, link in stream suggestions. Where is it? Stream material. Sorry. Twitter.com/ism status. Let's see. Pagalisi the Hated. Set yourself on fire. Your comrades immediately start bickering over your white privilege. People forget you existed in less than 2 weeks. The only ones keeping your memory alive are telling everyone you wanted to be a woman. I'm starting to feel bad for him, guys. Do not forget her. Yes, her. She went by she/her pronouns online and by the name Lily Bushnell. My name is Aaron Bushnell. I am an active vet. I will no longer be complicit in genocide. I am about to engage in extreme act of protest. He said his name was Aaron Bushnell as he was lighting himself on fire. There's multiple billboards dedicated to him on my way to work. Probably paid a few months on the space lease the day it happened. You so called it. He was going to tune out. I'm calling it now if it hasn't already been established. His name was Adam. I like this one. Being posthumously transed is the highest honor to these people. It's like the Pope declaring someone a saint. Last words. My name is Aaron Bushnell. She goes by Lily. What the hell? That has been waived a little considering the absolute god-awful state of the universe. Talking about racism, pretty sure Gundam has a ton of that with space people and Earth people. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, The Witch from Mercury literally has a racist allegory between the people in space and the people on Earth. They don't know anything besides popular thing. Yeah, he was flaming one of the LGBTQ had to claim. Nah, but he had SRS. Don't believe your lying eyes. Yeah, that screenshot was the one I thought about. It's really, really depressing. Oh, this is something that I absolutely want to share because this is hilarious. This is hilarious. And it's also another video, so I can take a break from my voice for a second. Out of Euclid, Ohio, a male fleeing from police pulls a gun and performs a move that brought a meme to life, which ultimately leads to him being shot in the leg.
Yeah, gun! Stop, please! What the fuck are you reaching? Okay. Hit a gun. Okay, no, I ain't do nothing. I promise to God, I ain't do nothing. We got you. Okay. Radio shots fired by the police. Okay. Mail's down, start EMS. 52222. What the fuck, man? You reached for that gun. No, I did not. This is your fucking hand. All right, you got it. I'm sorry. I didn't even hit no gun. Where you hit? You got it, right here. Where are you hit? I hit my leg, promise. I promise to God I wasn't even trying to hit y'all. I feel it leaking. Why y'all shoot me, man? Get a gun in your fucking hand, man. No, I didn't. Yes, you did. It might have looked like it, but I promise to God I wasn't finna shoot at nobody. I wasn't finna. My man. I promise to God I wasn't finna do nothing. I was.
I promise I weren't not gonna shoot anybody. And down here, like when it comes about the meme, like you can see it partially on the screen, but here it is. No, don't loop. Oh, frick off! I hate Twitter sometimes. Please cooperate. Is that I Show Speed? I don't know who I Show Speed is, I'm afraid. You just can't make this up. You can't make this up. Now imagine what he would do if he had somehow overwhelmed the police. Yeah, this could have gone so much worse. This could have been so horrible if this had gone bad. But sorry, but damn, this guy is just a clown, just an absolute clown. Don't forget, he didn't do nothing. He didn't do nothing, guys. He didn't do nothing. Oh, what else? What else is there? Oh yeah, there is a there is another big thing that I might have another stream again at the weekend, by the way, because since Kirsha isn't around. There is a very long there is a very long thread that the Flaming Wolf on my Discord has been talking about Next Benedict, who is a woman who killed herself in Owasso, Oklahoma. And we've already, that guy, Aaron, That guy Aaron who lit himself on fire. We actually touched on it recently, just now, that they said there needs to be the Yakuza UI overlaid on it for how insane it is. The guy is a real, literally me character. Don't self-report, Green Kit Bash. Don't self-report. But yeah, the guy, the woman next to Benedict, she killed herself, and basically the trans community claims that she was trans, or no, she was actually trans, but this was another thing. I'm sorry, I'm getting things mixed up. It's been a long stream, okay? But anyway, that's probably going to be something that I'm going to talk about the weekend, because it's very, very... It's very personal. It's very emotional. I really felt for everybody involved in it, because it's just really, really tragic. But going back to the comedy stuff, because Reinigan posted this in the Discord as well, which I will run, because it caps things off very nicely in this whole
People in the black community, myself, often worry that we might be a victim of police brutality. So, as a public service, the Chris Rock Show proudly presents this educational video.
This was 17 years ago. I love it.
Have you ever been face to face with a police officer and wondered, is he about to kick my ass? Well, wonder no more. If you follow these easy tips, you'll be fine. First, obey the law. Laws were made for a reason. Think of them as hints. You've heard people say, man, I wouldn't do that shit if I was you. Well, here's some of that shit. Carjacking, armed robbery, arson, selling drugs, buying drugs, stabbing, shooting. You know, you probably won't get your ass kicked if you just use common sense. If you jump a subway turnstile, you might just get off with a warning from the police. But if you jump a turnstile carrying a loaded gun and smoking a joint, then maybe you need your ass kicked. We all know what happened to Rodney King. But Rodney wouldn't have got his ass kicked if he had just followed this simple tip. When you see flashing police lights in your mirror, stop immediately. Everybody knows, if the police have to come and get you, they're bringing an ass kicking with them. Here's a no-brainer. If you're listening to loud rap music, turn that shit off. Blasting "fuck the police" while you're getting pulled over by the police is just ignorant. When an officer approaches your car, be polite.
Is there a problem, officer?
And stay in your car with your hands on the wheel.
What the fuck do you want, motherfucker?
Unless you want your ass kicked. Want to give a friend a ride? Not so fast. Your friend might be crazy. Now, before you let your friend in your car, ask them these questions. Do you have a gun? Do you have drugs? Do you have any warrants? And in case you do get pulled over by the cops,
License and registration, please.
remind your friend to do this one thing. Shut the fuck up.
Man, don't give him shit. What the fuck you want?
If you have to give a friend a ride, get a white friend. A white friend can be the difference between a ticket and a bullet in the ass. Here's a tip you should never forget. If your woman is mad at you, leave her at home. Because a mad woman will say anything.
He got weed! He got weed!
If your woman is mad at you, there's nothing she'd like to see more than you getting your ass kicked.
True!
Now let's review. Obey the law. Use common sense. Stop immediately. Turn that shit off. Be polite. Shut the fuck up. Get a white friend. And last but not least, don't ride with a mad woman. If you follow these simple pointers, you probably won't get your ass kicked by the police.
I'd only watched like the first 30 seconds of that video. God damn. Oh, that's just beautiful. Also, what's happened? My cursor has literally just disappeared from my... What? So, why has my cursor just disappeared from my screen? I can't, guys, I can't see my cursor on screen. What is going... It's not on my screen anymore. Why? No, that doesn't... Oh, it's come back now. Oh, it was glitched with OBS, sorry. I'm sure this is racist somehow, yeah. Okay, that was fixed. Mouse dead? No, it wasn't my mouse. My mouse cursor had disappeared. It was still still working. It's actually a bug that happens with OBS sometimes. Cursor got finessed. Yeah, Chris Rock. I should watch more of Chris Rock's stuff because goddamn, that man is hilarious. I don't usually laugh at comedians, but that was really, really, really funny. And the thing is, I'm certain this was 17 years ago. I'm really curious. Let me just go on Chris Rock cancelled for racism. The Independent. Chris Rock made black people the butt of his jokes in a lazy Netflix. Oh yeah, because yeah. Oh my, I forgot. I didn't realize that Chris Rock was the guy that that Will Smith slapped at the Oscars. I forgot that. God damn. Chris Rock tried to steal your cursor. Bigger and Blacker is an excellent stand-up routine. Comedians don't exist no more. No, they don't. It's really tragic. It's really, really sad. Jokes. Is this the fabled black on black crime? Yeah, this is... These people literally eat themselves. These people really do eat themselves. Chris Rock made black people the butt of his jokes in a lazy Netflix special. Don't fight in front of white people, Rock said in his defense. Well, that's ironic. I hate these websites so much. Chris Rock made black people the total butt of his jokes in his new Netflix special, Selective Outrage. This was disappointing to see, if unsurprising. I love a good laugh as much as the next person and understand the importance of sometimes not taking yourself too seriously. However, there's a big difference between that and perpetuating harmful views. Addressing the infamous Will Smith slap at the Oscars last year, Rock drew reference to the Smiths' marital issues resulting in Jada's affair with young rapper August Alsina. Alsina? Sounds like Alzheimer's. Everybody called him, Will Smith, a bitch, but he chose to hit me. You know what my parents taught me? Don't fight in front of white people, Rock said before dropping his mic and ending the show to a standing ovation. This inference that Will was morally deficient for attacking him in front of white people doesn't stand up to scrutiny when you consider that just before the Oscars slap, he made an unwarranted joke about Jada's alopecia health condition in front of an audience of mostly white people. Rock was punched down on black people, but has punched down on black people in front of vast swathes of white people for decades. What's the difference between these examples and fighting in front of white people? Moreover, it's difficult to forget that Rock 58, god damn, he looks great for 58, chuckled away while white comedians used the N-word in front of him in a resurfaced clip in 2018, losing many fans' respect in the process. Yes, because if a white person says the N-word to a black person, like if the black person does not immediately suffer a triple coronary and all of his arms and legs just blow off into the sunset from the sheer existential horror of being called a mean word to their face, that black person is obviously just a white person in disguise. Like, any black person that does not spontaneously combust into flames upon being called the N-word is obviously just a white man in blackface. Damn, there goes my chances of being monetized on YouTube. How dare he? He also has an amazing black people versus bit that hits far too close to home. I really need to look more into Chris Rock. I didn't know anything about Chris Rock until Reinigan posted that video. But this guy seems very, very based. I banish you to Haiti with power word. Ow! Ow! My ribs are actually hurting. Oh, I need to blow my nose. Sorry. I'm sorry. 1 second. Ow. Ow, I'm actually in pain. Ow. I'm sorry, have I not had this on screen? I apologize. I didn't realize I hadn't had this on screen. My apologies. That's a 6th level that's a 6th level black mage spell. Please stop. Please stop. Chris Rock is an absolutely goated comic. I can't wait for the Twitter antis to clip this portion and add this to the document about me being a racist. I dare them. I dare the Twitter antis to clip this and put it online and get me thousands and thousands of free views. Please, please, Twitter antis, I am begging you, please clip this. Rock went on to joke about Meghan Markle and Harry's suggestion that there's racism at the heart of the royal family, questioning the belief that the Duchess of Sussex was the victim of discrimination and adding she was merely dealing with in-law I think that means shit. In-law shit. The comedian further highlighted the irony of Markle willingly marrying into a racist institution while claiming to have not known about its history, then complaining how she was treated. Acting all dumb like she didn't know nothing. You didn't Google this? It's the royal family. They're the original racists, he said. They invented colonialism. They're the OGs of racism. That's like marrying into the Budweiser family and saying they drink a lot. These MFers invested in slavery like it was Shark Tank. Rock further described Meghan's case as that of a black girl trying to be accepted by her white in-laws, adding that this is not as hard as a white girl trying to be accepted by black in-laws. I am not sure how true that is in the context of prevalent white power structures. Plus, why oversimplify the collective experiences of black women for comedic value? Because it's funny! Because it's funny! While many people, black, white, royal, or common, may well have been curious about baby Archie's skin color, like Rock said, there's a difference between curiosity and royal concern about how melanated the child's skin would be. This seems to be lost on the comedian. You cannot tell me if Meghan Markle's baby had been had been much blacker than that. Can you seriously tell me? Imagine how the progressive press would have lapped that up. Imagine what they would have said. They would have said things like, I hope the entire royal family except for this one black baby die so that we can have a black king of England. They would have loved that. They would have gone with that without even a second thought. They would have been publishing articles titled like, Britain finally has a chance to shed its racist past with new black royal who could be a potential successor to the throne. Can you look me in the eyes and tell me they would not have done that if that baby had been born like with something like an Ethiopian skin tone? Calling wind turbines white power structures from now on. Sorry to hear you're Italian. This is very wrong. The royal family is very inclusive. Just look at Diana. They discriminate their white family members too. Mamma mia. We was energy increases. Well, oh, I see. This seems to be lost. On the one hand, Rock acknowledges that the royal institution is steeped in racism, but then he glosses over what the impact will have been on a woman of color. Obviously not much of an impact considering that this racist family let one of their sons marry a black woman. How many rednecks out there, how many KKK members would let one of their children marry a black woman? I mean, this is literally the stone toss joke of like never ask a racist what his girlfriend's skin color is. Also, wouldn't there be suspicions of infidelity if the kid was much darker than the mother? Not sure how it works genetically. This is interesting. It is actually genetically possible for a completely white couple to have a black baby. There has actually been legitimate cases of women who have been divorced and accused of infidelity because they have had black children, but then when they've had white husbands and they've been white themselves, but then there have been DNA tests done on the child and it's been discovered actually this child just happened to have like recessive genes from a black ancestor that might have been like dozens of generations in the past, but just randomly at random all those genes will happen to activate and they will be born with melanated skin, as if they were like a native-looking black person, which I just find fascinating on a genetic level. Not sure if they would marry, but I'm pretty sure a bunch of very racist rednecks have black girlfriends. Yeah, that's literally the joke. That's literally the joke. Unless it's Clayton Bigsby, the black KKK member, I doubt they would. I need to look into that. I have not actually seen that. Seen anything about Clayton Bigsby, but I will look into it sometime. For the record, I also doubt Meghan went into the royal family without knowing something about the institution, as most reasonable people also did. There's also a lot of confusion about the couple's stance on race issues, to be honest. However, Black's comedy about it missed the mark. Careful, Proctor, they'll clip you saying the black gene is recessive to add to your racist portfolio. I mean, why on earth would that even be racist? I mean, just think about that. I'm pretty sure there are no cases of two black people spontaneously having a white baby, but there are actually cases of white people having a spontaneous black baby. So wouldn't that actually be a compliment to black people to say your genes are so powerful that at random two white people that have not had any black ancestry for generations can have a black baby? That is how strong black genetics are. Wouldn't that literally be something that would appeal to the people that are saying, oh, actually, whites are an offshoot of the all-black race that is actually humanity? Wouldn't that be something you'd be proud of? Now they'll heal recessive, forget how science works and talk power politics because everything is racist. I mean, yeah, it's just so completely irrational to me. Misogyny and sexism have always thrived in entertainment industries. Comedy is a sphere where female comics have been propelled to higher heights, but it's also been a space where misogynoir? What on earth is misogynoir? Misogynoir is a term referring to the combined force of anti-black racism and misogyny directed towards black women. The term was coined by black feminist writer Moya Bailey in 2008 to address misogyny directed towards black transgender... I'm not reading any further. Though Rock expressed a pro-choice position on women's rights, spoke about the power of female beauty, expressed love for his daughters, and complimented black women celebrities like Beyoncé, it would be strange not to consider that Rock has an issue with black women that should be examined. Speaking of Jada Pinkett Smith, Rock claimed that she attempted to force him to quit hosting the Oscars in 2016 because her husband didn't get a Best Actor nomination, and he seemed really angry about that. Moreover, he referred to her as a bitch and a predator to an audience in her hometown of Baltimore where the special was filmed. Again, was this necessary? Yes, because it was funny! It is telling that despite being slapped by Will after making fun of Jada's alopecia, Rock saw fit to take aim at Jada once again. Yes, because Will Smith was a bitch. It is as though he couldn't help himself. It reeks of It reeks of that made-up word. Does Rock have a problem with a black woman who has sexual agency? Perhaps he does. After all, his assessment of the Kardashians, a rich white family who exemplifies sexual agency, was a glowing one. The Kardashians are inclusive. They love black people more than black people love black people. The more I read about this man, the more I consider him an amazing person. This is a literal case of you are telling me what people in my life I should be following more of by now. Rock said, suggesting that the family takes in all sorts of characters as long as they meet the black criteria, such as his one-time collaborator Kanye West, whom he branded a bipolar rapper, crackhead baseball player Lamar Odom. Something about those jokes grate on the spirit, in the context of drug addiction issues within black communities and black people being more likely to experience chronic mental health conditions due to factors including racial trauma, poverty, and inadequate healthcare. The same is true in the UK. Maybe Rock is insulated from that specific reality because he's rich and a part of the establishment that he's now hesitant to critique, but it's something that millions of people grapple with. I didn't laugh at any of Rock's special because I found much of it lazy and lacking in empathy for black people. That's because you wouldn't laugh at any comedy. The special was a missed opportunity to deliver some clever comedy, which I believe he's capable of doing, and I say this as someone who has enjoyed other aspects of his other projects, including Everybody Hates Chris, Death at a Funeral, and the Madagascar film series. I don't believe you at all. Rock's frequent railings on race is pitiful. He is an inspiration to many black people and has campaigned against the racial profiling of black communities. He has spoken about the racism he experiences despite being famous. Even his Good Hair documentary, though far from perfect, was a pioneering attempt at highlighting the difficulties black women face within and around the beauty industry. Good comedy sometimes cuts close to the bone, yielding the capacity to infiltrate, shake, and transform. It can confront audiences by challenging their stance on issues, in spite of themselves, and causing them to question perceptions. The best type of comedy is relatable to audiences and unflinchingly honest. That's literally what his stand-up was! However, this is literally saying, yeah, you're honest, but you weren't honest in the way that I want you to be honest. However, Rock's stand-up felt like a disgruntled man ranting in an echo chamber. Don't look in a mirror. Though insisting that he's not a victim, the comedian literally had tears in his eyes and appeared to be vying for the crowd's sympathy and affection at black folks' expense nonetheless. This is not black or white or as simple as the special was crap, so let's cancel this guy. This is literally what you're saying. There's scope for him to do some reflecting and healing, and he's obviously in need of grow and become better next time. After maybe examining his own selective outrage and how that affects his worldviews. They're always like this. This just reads as everything should be activism. It does. Don't forget Kanye is also a Nazi now. Oh yes, that's true as well. Follow this writer, the people they hate are glowing recommendations. Is woman with sexual agency the new term for female cheater? She did cheat on Will Smith with every sausage in the deli counter. I think bitch is pretty fair. The lengths that collectivists will go to deny that individualism is the end result of intersectionality. Misogynoir sounds like a based spin-off of noir film. Maybe stop telling black people they are inferior and let them do things on their own. It's just, yeah. What's the problem with crack? I thought we were supposed to legalize and support the unlicensed apothecaries of melanin roaming the streets of the US. What difficulties trying to buy a weave with food stamps? And I think this ties back in very well to the Kenji situation, because the thing that I can't stand about the Kenji situation is the totally uncritical eye that people have been casting on Kenji. Because Kenji has not backed up. I mean, there are screenshots out there of stuff that Dove and so on have said, and I agree that the one thing that I will give Kenji is that he had every right to be incredibly angry at the people that were talking behind his back. He had every right to call them on stream, to yell at them, to make content out of them, and then ban them. That is his right. That is completely his right. I would probably have reacted just as angry, as angrily if I learned that the same kind of things have been happening. But the thing is, there's so much that he is still saying that just makes no sense. Like, for example, the whole doxing things. He still says that Dove doxed him and so on, which it's nonsense. It didn't happen. It didn't happen. I have had people looking for evidence that Kenji has been doxed. He's not. It's not on VT, it's not on Doxbin, it's not anywhere on Kiwi Farms, it's nowhere. It's nowhere. This man's name and address are more secret than Japanese streamers who don't speak any English. This man was never doxed. It is an absolute fabrication. There is no evidence that anyone knows who he really is. Anywhere. Any of the kind of places that would hate him. Any of the places, like you go on VT, it's hilarious. It is absolutely hilarious. The people on VT who are Kenji's aunties, who constantly talk about him, who constantly say that he's a horrible, terrible person, the kind of people who would unironically try and troll him or maybe even do something to him IRL, those people didn't even know that he was black until he did a face reveal. They thought he was a wigger. They thought he was like Kali. They thought he was like Maury Calliope. They thought he was a white man pretending to be black. That is how little public information they knew about Kenji 2 years after he had supposedly been doxed. 2 years after he said that he had been living in fear and terror and that he was terrified for his family. The people on VT thought that he was white. just let that sink in for a second. Kyo has successfully made the VTuber community stop believing in black people with his misleading voice. They thought he was queen. But yeah, getting back to what I was saying, that I cannot believe how many people are uncritically worshipping Kenji at this point, because they have completely bought the idea that he has been harassed, that he is in danger IRL because he is black. None of them have done any research into what actually happened whatsoever. There is no commentary. There is no critique of it. I think I am the only person with any kind of platform who has stood up and has said, no, mate, you weren't doxed. Stop making this into something that it didn't. That it wasn't. Probably black like what Proctor was talking about. Mad respect to my homeboy Kyo. Finally, the black representation we needed in corporate video. Wasn't it just pictures anyway? It just makes him look like a massive pussy, more wound up over the principle of it, the issue than the reality, basically riding the stolen valor of actual doxes. Yeah, and here's the thing. Here is another detail. If you go to his Twitter, if you go to Kenji's Twitter, I won't put it up on screen just now because I'm not going to go into all that right now because I'm going to be talking about this on the Under the Tea podcast later on. That's okay, Big Wheel, I understand. That if you go onto Kenji's Twitter and look at the tweet where he puts in screenshots of his own docs image from that private group chat, you'll notice that those photographs are all blurred. Now, people thought that he had blurred those images himself when he copied them to show on Twitter, because obviously, if he's scared of this stuff, he wouldn't want to show his actual face in these doxes on Twitter. That would be stupid. No. The thing is, the original images that were posted in that group chat were already blurred. His face was never shown in that group chat. All those photographs were already blurred when they were shared. I'm sorry. I just needed a moment of silence. What the? I know. I know planetary bombardment. I know. It's just. I know. And there's more. There is more. There is more. There is more. I know, Big Wheel. I know. VTubers expose themselves more than hand-can streams in gloves. I whisper. I can't even pretend to be shocked anymore. I know, Maniacal Foreigner. I was shocked. But again, I've not had as much exposure to this stuff as many other people. But I mean, what I'm going to do, I have a massive archive of all the stuff, and weren't the pictures only shared to like 3 people besides the poster? It was between something like 3 and 6 people. Like, people did join and leave that group chat, but 4 people at minimum, maybe like 7 or 8 people at maximum. Some actual doxed people wish they were as doxed as he was. I know. And again, let me re-emphasize. There is no evidence of Kenji's address out there anywhere on the internet. Not his real name, not his address, none of it. I've looked because I thought to myself, before I say anything more on this topic, I want to seriously make sure I'm telling the truth. So what I did was I got a bunch of people together who I trust, who I know wouldn't abuse this information if they had it, but who also are familiar with VT and other places and so on. And I said to them, hey guys, can you do me a favor? Can you go out there and can you look and see if there is any hate group out there that is crowing at having Kenji's docs? Can you find any evidence of gay ops or anything like this against this guy? Anywhere. And they went out and they searched VT, they searched around on other places that people post VTuber doxes and so on, and they came back to me and they said, we have looked through 2 years of posts about this guy. Not a single person anywhere knows anything about this guy. Nothing. So this guy's dox information was apparently out there for 2 whole years, and not a single auntie even knew he was black until he showed that his face was black on a live stream. I just have no sympathy for this guy after I participated in the struggle session that Saya was subjected to, and IRIC only took the video down after the Salen termination document. I'm pretty sure he's put the video back up. Kenji, in his live stream, I was live commenting, well, not live commenting, but I was in my Discord, and I was talking about him being on stream and yelling at all his friends. And overall, the people in that chat were actually kind of going, yeah, slay Kang, because they were finding it quite funny and they were finding it impressive how he was calling out his friends one by one for doing nasty things behind his back. And he was actually calling them out and he was going after them. And we were like, yeah, you know what? This guy is justified in this. And then at the end of it all, after he's done all that, he goes and says, again, this is not a direct quote, but he says, oh yeah, that's Sayu bitch, that horrible bitch. She was talking about this, and because she was talking about this, I am going to bring back up the video that I had where I called her a pedophile, because this horrible pedophile bitch has said stuff about me. So I'm going to bring back my video that I privated to show her, to teach her a lesson. Again, not the direct quote, but that's what he said. And that was when I was like, you know what? This guy has learned absolutely nothing. This guy has learned nothing whatsoever. And he's going straight back into the full hard R word on all of this. So yeah, if that video comes back up, that's why. That's why he brings it back up, because Sayu did not immediately take his side in all of this. And his community all knew everything from his full IRL streams. Yeah, exactly. Like, he did IRL streams, guys. His account that he streams as a VTuber from is the same account he did IRL streams in. Considering he knows she isn't a pedo, that's an actual crime under US law, he outright defamed her under US law. It would be... If Sayu ever comes out with a GoFundMe for suing somebody like Kenji for calling her a pedophile, I will donate to her. I will donate to Sayu if she needs to crowdfund legal expenses to prosecute people like Kenji for calling her a pedophile. How dare Sayu not immediately side with someone who previously accused her of a literal crime? Yeah, precisely. I'm sorry I'm sighing so much. I really am. I'm actually vibrating in my seat again, just thinking about all this. I now have 2 pings in the Discord I will just look at. Oh. What? What am I looking at? What? Guys, I might be. Please don't tell us when you're vibrating. Mate, I have ADHD and I have autism. I stim like mad whenever I get excited. If I ever start talking to somebody in real life about something that I'm passionate about, I have to apologize to them because I will begin pacing aggressively back and forth. I can never hold a good conversation with somebody while sitting down. I will stand up and I will start walking back and forth. There is my kitchen in my home has a tiled floor. The stonework on that tiled floor is actually slightly lighter from all the times I have paced back up and down on it while having a serious conversation with my parents. Ironically. Because both my parents are highly intelligent individuals and we quite often discuss philosophy and other stuff with them. Kirsha grew another tail situation. Stimulation is now. Oh, I would so love for Kirsha to get another tail. Oh, that would be so good. That would be so good, guys. We watch VTubers, we're all ADHD. So yeah, I think to round off, because I kind of want to leave for a while and get something to eat and drink, but I will cover this before I end stream. 1 second, please. Yep, that's on screen. So Pipkin Pippa says, fellas, is it cheating to give someone leftovers? Italian man making pretty lady sauce. That's worse than sex in their culture. I know Italians, I can confirm. R/am I overreacting? My husband brought homemade food to his beautiful young fitness instructor. My side. Just had second baby a few months before this. He would go off to the gym and be gone for hours when I needed him so badly with a newborn. Our life as a couple has been stagnant since we moved away from family 5 years ago. No babysitters, so no date night out together. I've never heard of this girl, but now my Italian husband is bringing her his homemade pasta meatball. Holy sh... If an Italian man is making someone pasta, meatballs, and sauce, I'm sorry. That's serious. It sounds like I'm joking. No, I'm not. I know Italians. I actually know Italians. This is actually true. This is unironically true. I swear. This is not racist. I am not making stuff up. I'm not stereotyping. Unironically, sincerely, if an Italian man makes you homemade pasta, meatballs, and sauce, that man is serious. That man is really, 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 really serious. That man is like, you should choose. If an Italian man ever gives you homemade pasta, you need to chew very carefully, because there is an unironic chance you might accidentally bite down on a wedding ring hidden in that pasta. Pardon me. That was Paco's assessment. He's symbolically broken the spaghetti with her. Her having a second tail would fit in Kirsch's law too. Fox, Kitsune, extra tail snatch. Gigadramon6, why exactly do you think that I think that Fox girls and Kitsune are the best kind of kimono mimi? Because they can have more than one tail. Just imagine a nine-tailed fox girl. Just imagine having a nine-tailed fox girl GF. Just imagine all of that floof. Just imagine sticking your face into each of those tails simultaneously and just going, oh. Can you imagine it? Can you imagine it, guys? Can you just think about that? Just think about that for a second. Just think about that. Just think about that. Just think about that. Just think about the nine-tailed fox girl GF. Can you imagine? Can you imagine on the special night? Can you imagine special nights where she has a different? Just imagine your nine-tailed kitsune GF. And for the special nights, she puts a different kind of perfume on every single one of her tails. And then she lets you each one of those tails in sequence. And each time, like, the perfume just gets that little bit, that little bit spicier. Perfume just gets that little bit spicier for every tail that she lets you sniff. Just think about it. Just think about it, guys. Just think about it. What is wrong with you? What is right with me? Someone please clip this and give this to the Kenji people and remind them that it's a white fox. This sound clip should be... Proctor, do these diatribes increase your chances? Calm your tits, I am trying to draw hentai. That is the audio that filters people. I bet this stuff gets Kirsha drier than the Sahara Desert. Meds now. Did we get to the part where she's... No, I am not... Excuse me, I am not gay. I do not want a Futanari girlfriend, thank you. Actually, aren't Futanari the ones with, like, all the genitalia? Aren't she-males the ones with like, female breasts but male genitalia? Whereas Futanari have female genitalia and male genitalia at once? Which, you know, absolutely does not make any kind of internal biological sense. Anyway, let's move away from that tangent for a moment. It's made me jealous, considering the conversation we just had that amounted to nothing while I've been waiting with disappointment for months. His side, she just asks him jokingly to bring her Italian food because she loves it, so one day he had leftovers and just wanted to surprise her, completely platonic. Footers can have a cock and balls or cock and pussy. Okay. Depends on if it's switchblade. Do I even want to know what switchblade? Sometimes I'm embarrassed to associate with you, Proctor. Thrang, you associate with Pippa. Pippa has said far more cringe stuff than this. Okay? You know, at least I'm not talking about good pedophilia, okay? You have absolutely no right to say that you're ashamed to associate with me when you are the one that has written literally paragraphs and paragraphs of text talking about your parasocial relationships with a pink rabbit on the internet who goes on tangents about good pedophilia. But Pippa is a woman. I see we're having some positive sexism in the chat. I cannot believe how many reverse sexists are in the chat at the moment. He is yet to post feet as well. I am never going to post feet. Yeah, but she's both a rabbit and a pink woman. And pukes in a drawer, yes. I missed this. What did Pippa do? It's a clip on with when she's having a... She did a Dead Space collab with Kirsche, and yeah, Kirsche ended up having to tell her how to dig up. And talks about raising your own wife. Oh, yes. Chat with their feminist arc. Sounds like one of the minority of streams. Yeah, it was a collab with Kirsche on Dead Space. I think they were playing Dead Space 3. I've lost the tab that... Oh, there it is. OP's husband in sus. Yes. 49% said no? What? Chat, 49% of people who responded to this thing has never had an Italian friend. 49% of people seriously need to be culturally enriched with Italian culture. Because, yeah, there's no way. There is no way. There is no way. This is 100%. 49% are Italians knowing not to snitch. I have a massive belch coming on. 1 second. Ooh, my stomach is starting to get very bilious because I haven't eaten in quite a long time, so I'm going to end stream soon and have something to eat desperately. I'm desperately hungry now. Snitching is for womans. And then, down here, there are a terrifying amount of no answers. I no longer want a husband. I'm gay now. Wait, no, it's not PF. Proctor drafting cringe live on stream. This is my husband and my husband's sauce taster. Unless they are Panko, she sounds adorable. I love Panko. Panko is a really lovely VTuber. Panko is another person on Face Connect that I would love to collab with, because Panko really seems like she would be an absolute blast in a slightly edgy stream. PFP, thank you. Panko and Dizzy Dokuro are the two Face Connect members I would really, 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 really love to collaborate with. Not Pippa, because she's Pippa, okay? I feel like my only contact with Pippa would be damaging to both of us. Least creepy Proctor tweet reply. Would headpad, definitely. Yeah, Panku is a really nice VTuber. Definitely deserves as much success, all the success that she can get. Right. Okay. My jaw is aching. My jaw is aching a lot. My throat is starting to ache a lot. We are almost. Is that 4 hours and 50 minutes? Can somebody tell me what my streamer time actually is? Because on one screen it says that I've been live for 5 hours. On another it says I've been live for 4 hours. Can somebody explain that to me? I don't understand why it's giving me two different things. Proctor, you cannot lecture me for my Pippa posting when you write tweets like you just did a minute ago to Kirsha. Guys, the parasocialism goes both ways. You've been live for 4 hours. Okay. So 4 hours. Yeah, so this one is accurate. So 4 hours and 7 minutes. And I'm tired now, guys. I am really tired. And I still have like the under the tea thing later on, which I will of course link in the Discord. So there's no way I can go on that stream unless I first have something to eat and I have a drink, because good grief, my throat is hurting by now. Uruka streamed for 11 hours the other night. You need to step up a game. Yeah, but Uruka has a much different, like, listen to how fast I'm talking. Listen to how fast I'm talking, and listen to the way that I talk. Like, if I, like, slowly spoke like this a lot more, then it's pretty obvious that I could stream for an awful lot longer, and my throat would just be fine. But that's not the natural way that I speak, and so this happens. The throat thing happens. Under the tea in 2 hours. Yes, I'd be quite interested to go on with them. We can we'll talk a lot more about the Kenji situation then, I'm certain. And it looks like a bunch of stuff has actually been happening while I have been streaming, so I will have to catch up with that too. So I think I'm going to go and make myself some noodles now, some nice noodles with some melted cheese and that kind of thing. He speaks with autistic clarity. I enjoy that. Don't stop. I'm all. Please kill yourself. Maybe you will finally get cancelled if you go on their podcast. I really hope so. Those people are the Under the Tea podcast. I am so angry at them. Like, I made that tweet about Kenji. And I started getting thousands of views on that first tweet about Kenji. I called Kenji out. And I got thousands of views on that tweet. And then one of the Under the Tea people commented on my call out of Kenji on Twitter. And immediately, dozens of people started calling out the Under the Tea people and ignoring me. I am just so angry about that. They stole my clout. I was seriously thinking that tweet would get me on a list. But no. The people were calling for the Under the Tea people to be cancelled, not me. And socially ratioed, the Under the Tea people literally socially ratioed me on my own tweet. I can't believe their audacity. Like, that is just some audacity. They are so lucky that I'm willing to associate with them after they did that to me. On my own Twitter post, no less. Anyway, guys, I am definitely going to take a break now. You need to take back the aggro. Proctor who? Show them who is main tank. Okay, guys. Thank you so much for being with me for so long. And thank you also. My CCV has actually been extremely consistent this entire stream, which I really do appreciate. Thank you everyone for staying with me for these crazy 4 hours. And I hope to see you again in a couple of hours, hopefully with a more relaxed throat. I might actually take some cough medicine for it too. Later, Bird Boss. Yeah, thank you all. I really, really, really appreciate all of you. Thank you so much. You guys are why I keep doing this, because a lot of this stuff, or a lot of this dealing with drama and so on, it's very mentally taxing. I actually, I want to say, like Uber Soldat, I think is in my, was he in my chat earlier? Yeah, when I woke up this morning, I actually kind of blew up at Uber Soldat a little bit because, like, he said something and my meds hadn't quite kicked in yet and I was feeling really burnt out and tired, and so I snapped at him over something, and I'm, like, I shouldn't have done that, and I'm sorry, and I apologized, but again, I do appreciate it when people are willing to understand that I sometimes all of this wears on me, and I get pretty uptight sometimes. And I'm very grateful for the people that are willing to forgive me when I sometimes say stupid, really stupid things. But anyway, that's all. That's my I'm sorry to the mob action for the day. Please take care of yourselves. Goodbye for now.